Chapter 594. As soon as she finished speaking, Ayu suddenly vanished on the spot. Bang! As soon as Ayu vanished, the afterimage shot out, and it flew over 1 kilometer away. As soon as it stopped, the space around it condensed into a spatial cage that trapped it within it. It was a black-clothed figure. Yi Xian appeared before the black-clothed figure, and the latter laughed savagely. Yi Xian. Meanwhile, Yi Xian raised his hand and swung his sword. Hiss! The black-clothed figure's head instantly flew into the air. The head fell slowly to the ground, and its eyes were wide open and filled with astonishment. Yi Xian sheathed his sword and said, "You talk too much." Ayu gazed at Yi Xian and said, "Aren't you going to ask who sent him?" Yi Xian spoke indifferently. "It's not important." Ayu asked why. Yi Xian's face was expressionless as he said, "No matter who sent him, so long as he dares to send someone, then I dare to kill him." Ayu thought for a moment and said, "I've noticed something, and I don't know if I should tell you." Yi Xian asked, "What is it?" Ayu gazed at Yi Xian and said, "I suddenly thought of something. In the future, you won't just have to face experts from the 4th dimension. You'll have to face experts from the 5th dimension as well." Yi Xian was stunned. "Why?" Ayu spoke indifferently. "Because you have a treasure." Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. "The prison pagoda?" Ayu nodded. "Do you know the true function of this stupid pagoda?" Yi Xian shook his head. Ayu spoke softly. "There's something that everyone wants to obtain in this stupid pagoda. Even Big Sister coveted it all those years ago. Of course everyone wants it." Yi Xian asked, "What is it?" Ayu gazed at Yi Xian and said, "I won't tell you." Yi Xian was speechless. Ayu continued, "I won't tell you." As soon as she finished speaking, she led Yi Ling back to the prison pagoda. She wanted to personally train Yi Ling. Yi Xian was speechless. After a while, Yi Xian continued to study the Space Dao Law. At this moment, he finally realized how terrifying the Space Dao Law was. This was definitely more terrifying than a Dao realm treasure. If used well, its power could really destroy the heavens and earth. As for the Dream Dao Law, Yi Xian didn't choose to study it because he still hadn't fully understood the Space Dao Law. Biting off more than one can chew. Other than researching the Dao Law of space, Yi Xian was also getting the members of the Sword Sect to prepare a sword for him. Break through to the next realm. His current battle prowess was actually based on the superposition of all things, and his own realm was very low. This was his greatest weakness. In short, what he needed to do now was to settle down. Order Alliance. At this time, in the main hall, the experts of the Order Alliance were arguing. The topic of discussion was Yi Xian. The current Divine Martial City's development momentum was too good. If this continued, it would be extremely disadvantageous to the Order Alliance. Especially that Yi Xian. It could be said that the Order Alliance wouldn't be able to eat and sleep in peace if the monster, Yi Xian, was still alive. The reason why there was such a huge debate was that they would have to face the Tang clan if they wanted to kill Yi Xian. Moreover, if the Astral Lord couldn't do anything, almost no one in the Order Alliance could kill Yi Xian. Suddenly an old man stood out and said ferociously, "Astral Lord, Yi Xian can't be left alive. I suggest we use the Divine Dao Army." The Star Lords narrowed their eyes when they heard that. Meanwhile, Master Cuckoo suddenly roared furiously, "How dare you!" The old man's expression changed slightly, but he didn't back down. Instead he continued, "Astral Lord, Master Cuckoo, Yi Xian is a threat to the Order Alliance." The Astral Lord suddenly shook his head. "Stand down." The old man's expression was quite ugly. He didn't dare to say anything else and left. The Astral Lord slowly closed his eyes. "Even if the Realm Defense Alliance is destroyed, we can't use this army." Everyone in the hall fell silent. The Divine Dao Army. The Order Alliance's greatest trump card. At this moment, Master Cuckoo suddenly said, "There's something strange about the Qin clan. I've sent people to investigate, but all of them disappeared without a trace." The Astral Lord looked at Master Cuckoo, and the latter said, "Someone's behind them." After a moment of silence, the Astral Lord said, "I'll take responsibility for this personally." Master Cuckoo suddenly asked, "What about Yi Xian and the Shenwu City?" The astral lord fell silent. Master Cuckoo continued, "This person can't be left alive, or it'll be difficult to deal with him in the future." The astral lord said, "I'll make a trip to the demon clan." The demon clan. Master Cuckoo nodded. It was obvious that the astral lord had decided to seek help from the demon clan. As long as the demon clan could restrain Tang Yan, it would be very easy to eliminate Yi Xian. Just when the astral lord was about to leave, he suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance. A dragon's roar could be heard from the horizon. Inside the hall, everyone turned to look outside the hall. Outside the hall, a giant dragon soared over, and on the back of the giant dragon stood a man. A divine Dao soldier. Soon, the giant dragon stopped in the sky above the Order Alliance, and the man on the giant dragon descended. He quickly walked to the astral lord, but he did not kneel down. Instead, he bowed slightly. "Astral lord, the theocracy has invaded." The theocracy had invaded. All the experts of the Order Alliance were petrified when they heard that. Almost at the same time, a divine Dao soldier arrived at the Tang clan. The divine Dao soldier descended from the sky above the Tang clan and bowed slightly to Tang Yan. "Patriarch Tang, the theocracy has invaded." The theocracy. Tang Yan and the rest were dumbfounded when they heard that. In the distant demon clan, an old man was sitting in front of a cave. He lay on a wooden chair and held a scroll in his hand. On the scroll there were 4 words: Yi Xian's information. As he read, the old man said softly, "The theocracy's guardian beast. Dragon soul." At this moment, a divine Dao soldier appeared in the sky above the demon clan. No one stopped him because he was riding a giant dragon. Moreover, no one dared to stop him. The divine Dao soldier landed in front of the old man and bowed slightly. "Your Excellency, Demon King, the theocracy has invaded." The theocracy had invaded. The old man narrowed his eyes. After a moment, he nodded slightly. "Understood." In the distant northern wasteland world, in an unknown small city, a middle-aged man sat by the river and fished. There was a small wooden bucket beside him. Not far away from him, a woman was also fishing. This person was Zhao Mu. At this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly pulled on his fishing rod. In an instant, a fish flew out of the river and landed steadily in a wooden bucket beside Zhao Mu. The middle-aged man laughed heartily and looked at Zhao Mu, who was not far away. "Little girl, are you feeling bored?" Zhao Mu did not speak. The middle-aged man smiled. "Fishing is also cultivation. It cultivates the heart. If the heart is calm, everything will be clear." Zhao Mu nodded slightly. Then she grabbed a fish from the river with her right hand. The middle-aged man. At this moment, Zhao Mu released the 2 fish into the river. But soon, she grabbed them with her right hand again. But after playing with them for a while, she put them down again, the fish. At this moment, there was a dragon's roar in the sky. Hearing this, the middle-aged man frowned. He looked up at the sky and saw a giant dragon flying over. Soon, the giant dragon arrived in the sky and a divine Dao soldier landed. He came before the middle-aged man and bowed slightly, his expression very respectful. "Master Wu, the theocracy has invaded." The theocracy had invaded. The middle-aged man frowned. "Is the news accurate?" The divine Dao soldier nodded. After a moment of silence, the middle-aged man said, "Understood." The divine Dao soldier bowed again and quietly retreated. Nearby, Zhao Mu put down the 2 fish and looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man said softly, "The world has changed." On a certain mountain range in the southern wasteland world, a skinny old man sat silently. Suddenly he opened his eyes. In the clouds in the sky, a giant dragon was flying over. The scrawny old man furrowed his brows. He stood up and took a step forward. With this step, he arrived directly in front of the dragon. At this moment, the dragon was still flying. Therefore, the force of impact was extremely powerful. The skinny old man pressed down lightly with his right hand, and the giant dragon was forced to stop on the spot. The giant dragon looked at the skinny old man with dense fear in its eyes. On the back of the giant dragon, the divine Dao soldier hurriedly flew down. He came before the skinny old man and bowed respectfully. "Perfected Master Chu." "Perfected Master Chu." one of the 6 supreme experts of the current era. Perfected Master Chu looked at the divine Dao soldier. Did the Order Alliance summon you back to deal with that Yi Xian? His voice was calm, but it made one shudder. The divine Dao soldier shook his head. No, the theocracy has invaded. The theocracy had invaded. Perfected Master Chu instantly frowned when he heard this. After a moment he nodded slightly. Understood. The divine Dao soldier bowed slightly and retreated. Perfected Master Chu raised his head and looked at the end of the horizon. There was a trace of worry in his eyes. Theocracy. So many years had passed. How strong was this mysterious country now? No one knew. Because no one dared to step into this mysterious country. Even the 6 supreme experts didn't dare to step into God Burial Plain. After a moment, Perfected Master Chu turned and looked at the thatched cottage not far away. Iron Bull, let's go. After that, a tall and sturdy youth walked out of the thatched cottage. Perfected Master Chu brought the youth and disappeared not far away. On the way, the tall and sturdy youth asked, Master, is the theocracy very strong? Perfected Master Chu said, Yes. The tall and sturdy youth grinned. Then there will definitely be a lot of fights. Perfected Master Chu said, Not only will there be a lot of fights, but many people will also die. Shenwu City. On this day, a dragon's roar suddenly sounded from the distant horizon. In the next moment, a giant dragon flew over from the horizon. Within Shenwu City, countless people looked at the horizon. At this moment, the giant dragon had already arrived above Shenwu City. On the giant dragon's back, the divine Dao soldier looked down. Are the Wuyuan Dean and Sword Sect Master here? At this moment, a youth appeared in front of the giant dragon. The giant dragon looked at Yi Xian, its eyes filled with caution. Yi Xian glanced at the giant dragon, and then at the divine Dao soldier. You are? The divine Dao soldier looked at Yi Xian. You are? Yi Xian said. I am the Sword Sect Master and Wuyuan Dean. The divine Dao soldier was stunned. He sized up Yi Xian and then said, Sir, the theocracy has invaded. The theocracy had invaded? Yi Xian was slightly stunned. That's a good thing. The divine Dao soldier. Chapter 595. Good thing? The divine Dao soldier in front of Yi Xian was dazed. Yi Xian was about to speak when Tang Qing suddenly appeared next to Yi Xian. She looked at the divine Dao soldier. We know. We will arrange it as soon as possible. The divine Dao soldier nodded and left on the dragon. After it left, Tang Qing stared at Yi Xian. Do you want to die? Yi Xian was confused. What do you mean? Tang Qing said. Do you know what the divine Dao soldier is? Yi Xian shook his head. No, Tang Qing said softly. The divine Dao soldier is an army created by all the forces. Moreover, it wasn't created recently. It has been around for thousands of years. On this continent, many forces have disappeared, but the divine Dao soldier has never disappeared. Not only that, there are also experts from Wuyuan and Sword Sect. Yi Xian frowned. An army created by all the forces? What are they used for? Tang Qing said, to fight against theocracy. Then she looked to the east and said softly, that mysterious nation from the eastern wasteland domain. Then she looked at Yi Xian. Are you thinking that theocracy's invasion is a good thing for you? Yi Xian nodded. Indeed, Tang Qing said. If that's what you think, then you really aren't far from death. Yi Xian was confused. Why? Tang Qing said. Fighting against theocracy is everyone's responsibility. If you don't resist and even try to sneak attack the Order Alliance, then all the forces will work together to get rid of you first. Including my Tang clan, we will definitely work together with the Order Alliance to get rid of you first. Because at a time like this, all grudges must be put down. No one is allowed to cause internal strife. Yi Xian was silent. Tang Qing continued. When theocracy invades, all the forces will be purged. Under such circumstances, all the forces must unite against them. In the past, the powers of the continent had made an alliance called the Offensive and Defensive Alliance. Back then, all the forces participated in this alliance, including the Sword Sect and Wuyuan. Not only that, but every 5 years they would send experts to God Burial Plain. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. Can't I refuse? Tang Qing shook his head. At this time, whoever causes internal strife will die first. As long as you don't take the initiative to cause trouble, the Order Alliance definitely won't dare to target you. If they do, the other forces and the higher-ups won't agree either. At this point, she looked straight at Yi Xian. If you don't want to be targeted by everyone, you must participate. Once you participate, with your current strength and reputation, the higher-ups will definitely agree. Not only that, they won't let the Order Alliance target you. If you choose not to participate, the Order Alliance will instigate you, and I can be sure that all the forces will join hands to deal with you first because you are too dangerous. Moreover, they are afraid that you will seek refuge with God Nation. Therefore, you must declare your position as soon as possible. You have no choice. Because you are too dangerous, if you don't declare your position, everyone will be afraid that you will seek refuge with the God race. Yi Xian nodded slightly. I understand. At this time he was a little surprised because he didn't expect these forces to join hands to form an army. Moreover, the Sword Sect and Wu Yuan both participated. Their purpose was to fight against God Nation. God Nation. He knew very little about this nation. Only that 1,000 years ago, God Nation invaded, and he had no idea how powerful this nation was. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared above the two of them. That figure said, Sect Leader Yi, God Nation is invading. The Star Lord invites Sect Leader Yi to Ascending Heaven City for a discussion. The Star Lord invites you. Yi Xian smiled. Let's go. That figure nodded slightly and turned to leave. Yi Xian looked at Tang Qing. Miss Tang Qing, I'll have to trouble you to take care of the matters in the city. Tang Qing looked straight at Yi Xian. Don't act recklessly. Yi Xian smiled. Do I look like a reckless person to you? Haha. With that, he turned and disappeared into the distant horizon. Tang Qing looked at Yi Xian in the sky, a trace of worry in her eyes. Not long after, Yi Xian arrived at Ascending Heaven City. As soon as he arrived, several powerful auras locked onto him. So strong. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. These auras were not weaker than the Star Lord. Yi Xian's expression was calm. He came to Ascending Heaven Hall. In front of the hall he saw a familiar person. Zhao Mu. Zhao Mu leaned against the wall. Her arms crossed, her eyes narrowed. Yi Xian waved at Zhao Mu, chuckling. So it's Miss Zhao. I almost didn't recognize you when you wore your clothes. Speaking up to hear, he suddenly froze. What did he say? At this time, Zhao Mu, who was not far away, suddenly opened her eyes. The next moment she disappeared. Yi Xian's expression changed slightly. His arms fiercely blocked in front of him. Bang! With a muffled sound, Yi Xian directly retreated hundreds of zhang. Zhao Mu wanted to make another move, but at this time, a voice sounded from inside the hall. Girl! Zhao Mu stopped. She glanced at Yi Xian, who was not far away, and then raised her fist. Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. It's a misunderstanding. I didn't mean anything else. I just spoke too quickly. Zhao Mu ignored Yi Xian. She retreated to the side, continuing to lean against the wall. Not far away, a man suddenly looked at Yi Xian. You're Yi Xian? Yi Xian looked over. The one who spoke was a burly man. The man's figure was extremely burly. His muscles bulged, filled with explosive power. Yi Xian nodded. That's me. The man sized up Yi Xian. I think you're just a pretty boy. Why did Master say you're very powerful? Pretty boy? Himself. Yi Xian was about to speak, but at this time, a voice sounded from inside the hall. Come in. Yi Xian cupped his fists at the burly man, then walked into the hall. There were 5 people in the hall. Among them, the Star Lord was the leader. He also knew one of them. It was Tang Yan. As for the others, they were the Demon King, the Southern Sect's Martial Master, and Perfected Chu. After Yi Xian walked into the hall, he slightly bowed to Tang Yan and the others. Greetings, seniors. Yi Xian bowed. This caused Tang Yan and the others to be slightly taken aback. Bowing, the Star Lord glanced at Yi Xian, but did not speak. At this time, the Southern Sect's Martial Master laughed. It's indeed rare to have such strength at such a young age. Yi Xian slightly bowed. Senior, you flatter me. Compared to Senior's disciple, this junior is far inferior. The Southern Sect's martial master laughed. You're quite humble. At the side, Perfected Chu suddenly said, What do you think about the Kingdom of God's invasion? Hearing this, the gazes of everyone present descended onto Yi Xian. The Star Lord silently looked at Yi Xian and did not speak. The atmosphere in the surroundings had become slightly strange. Words that struck a chord. Just as Tang Qing had said, they hoped to obtain Yi Xian's help, but they were afraid of Yi Xian. They were afraid that he would join the Kingdom of God's side, because of the Alliance of Order. Once Yi Xian joined the Kingdom of God's side, it would definitely be extremely disadvantageous to them. Therefore, to them, Yi Xian was either on their side or be killed to prevent him from betraying them. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, What else can I think about when the Kingdom of God is invading? Of course, I'll kill them. Perfected Chu looked at Yi Xian and did not speak. Yi Xian continued, Everyone, I am the Dean of Wuyuan, the sect leader of the Sword Sect, and now the City Lord of Shenwu City. Since the Kingdom of God is invading, how can I escape unscathed? Therefore, my idea is to kill them. But, at this point he suddenly stopped. Perfected Chu asked, But what? Yi Xian said indifferently, I'm afraid. Perfected Chu frowned slightly. Afraid of the Kingdom of God? Yi Xian shook his head and said, Afraid of the Alliance of Order. Perfected Chu glanced at the nearby Star Lord and did not speak. The Star Lord's expression was calm and did not speak. Yi Xian said again, Everyone, I'm afraid that when I fight with you against the Kingdom of God, the Alliance of Order will stab me in the back. What should I do? Perfected Chu smiled. Before the Kingdom of God arrives, we don't care about any grievances. But now that the Kingdom of God is invading, we must unite. When he spoke up to this point, he gazed at the Star Lord. You're probably thinking the same, right? The Star Lord spoke indifferently. Actually, all of you should be worried that he will side with the Kingdom of God. If he does, and he's skilled in assassination. The art of assassination. The expressions of everyone here changed slightly when they heard this. Besides the 5 of them, no other saint would be able to suppress Yi Xian's strength. Moreover, if he were to assassinate Chen Shi, then even those saints would probably be unable to stop him. Because Yi Xian had a precious treasure in his possession right now. Yi Xian suddenly started laughing. The Demon King suddenly said, What are you laughing at? Yi Xian laughed. I'm laughing at the Kingdom of God. They haven't even attacked us, but we're about to face internal strife. As he spoke, he glanced at the others. Everyone, all of you should be aware of the enmity between me and the Alliance of Order. In order to kill me, the Alliance of Order didn't hesitate to send an army to Divine Martial City to capture my younger sister. How old is she? She's just a little girl, but the Alliance of Order actually did such a despicable thing. When he spoke up to this point, he pointed angrily at the Star Lord and said fiercely, You think you're the strongest in this world. You're worse than a dog for your actions. I'm looking down on you. The Star Lord's eyes narrowed slightly. In the next moment, a powerful pressure directly crushed down towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled coldly. With a flip of his right hand, the executing heaven sword appeared in his hand, and then he raised his hand and slashed down. Chi. The pressure was directly shattered by the sword, but Yi Xian retreated to the entrance of the hall. The Star Lord was about to attack again when he seemed to have thought of something and looked at Perfected Master Chu. Brother Chu, did you see that? It's not that the Alliance of Order doesn't want to consider the overall situation, but he doesn't. Perfected Master Chu looked at Yi Xian. I've always thought that you're a smart person, but now it seems that I'm wrong. Yi Xian said with a smile. I know. You called me here because you want to see my attitude. If I am smart enough to be your sword to deal with the divine nation, you will spare my life. Otherwise, if I am not smart enough, you will kill me to get rid of the trouble in the future. Speaking up to here, he looked at Spiritual Master Chu. If you want me to go against the God Nation, I can, but there are 2 requirements. First, the experts of the Order Alliance who attacked my martial institution and sword sect must die. Second, the Star Lord must go to my Divine Martial City and apologize to the tombstones of my martial institution's dean and sword sect's sect master. If that's the case, I can temporarily put aside my grudge with the Alliance of Order. Hearing this, the Star Lord was expressionless, but his eyes were full of sarcasm. Beside him, Tang Yan also shook his head, unable to conceal the disappointment in his eyes. Perfected Master Chu looked at Yi Xian. Then you might be disappointed. As he spoke, deep in his eyes, there was already killing intent. Yi Xian nodded. Everyone, let's do it. As he spoke, he turned to look at the sky and said softly, Master, this disciple is unlucky. I can't go to the 5th dimension to play chess with you. 5th dimension. Hearing this, everyone's expression instantly changed. P.S. Recommend a book that's only second to my good-looking friend. Chongning Imperial Army, also published by Zhanjing. Friends who are lacking in books can go read it. It's equivalent to a historical fantasy, very good. This month's 3rd update, the monthly votes are a little more, but there are some trolls. These trolls' words have caused devastating damage to my young heart. If I scold him, he'll say, damn, this is an author? Such an uncultured author, actually scolding people. Is he worthy to write a book? I found out that trolls have double standards. They use the standards of saints to treat others, and use the standards of bitches to treat themselves. I know that some readers will say, if a dog bites you, will you bite back? Little do they know that this is what the trolls think. They think, I bite you, why don't you bite me? After saying so much, it's time to get to the main topic. There are 2 titles for the next book. Everyone help me refer to The Invincible Troll, and The Troll is Supreme. Which one does everyone think is better? Chapter 596. The 5th Dimension. The Planet Lord and the others looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. That was a world from a higher dimension. Even at their level, they still didn't know anything about the 5th dimension. At this moment, Tang Yan suddenly said, Little friend Yi, your master is from the 5th dimension? Yi Xian turned to look at Tang Yan and nodded. He said he came from the 5th dimension. Sigh, I don't know if it's true. Tang Yan hesitated for a moment, then said, the treasure you have was also given to you by your master? Yi Xian nodded. When I was in Qingcheng, I was still an ordinary disciple of the Yi family. One day, I met a white-bearded grandpa. He said that I was a 1 in a million sword genius, and that the important task of fighting against the 5th dimension calamity would depend on me in the future. From then on, I began to cultivate the sword. Tang Yan glanced at Yi Xian. This sounded like nonsense no matter how he thought about it. At this moment, the Demon King suddenly said, You said that your master is from the 5th dimension. Do you have any proof? Yi Xian said, Does the 5th dimension treasure count? The Demon King pondered for a moment, then said, Is there anything else? Yi Xian thought for a moment, then nodded. The Demon King said, Can I take a look? Yi Xian glanced at the Planet Lord not far away and said indifferently, Let him out. Demon King. Tang Yan's expression was a little strange. This was too vengeful. The Planet Lord looked at Yi Xian. You have to understand whose territory this is. Yi Xian said indifferently. If I were you, I wouldn't even look at it if you begged me to. Can't you have some backbone? The Planet Lord narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, Yi Xian sneered. Planet Lord, do you still remember the never-ending starfield? Do you still remember how your avatar disappeared? Do you still remember how countless experts from the starfield disappeared? Hearing this, the Planet Lord's expression changed. How could he forget what happened in the never-ending starfield? That time, his avatar went but was instantly killed by that man. Not only that, but all the experts who went were instantly killed by that man. Not only the Planet Lord, but the faces of Spiritual Master Chu and the others also darkened. Naturally, they knew a little about the never-ending starfield. He only knew that the Star Lord had sent some experts from the starfield, but all of them had perished in the end. Yi Xian suddenly said, Do you know who that person is? That is my 10th senior brother, and before me, there are 9 senior brothers. As he spoke, he flipped his right hand, and the soul-suppressing sword appeared in his hand. This is the soul-suppressing sword that the Nether King gave me back then. You should have heard of the Nether King before, so I won't explain any further. With that said, the soul-suppressing sword in his hand turned into the God King's sword. This was gifted to me by the God King. Have you heard of the Protoss? The most monstrous genius of the Protoss, Jianzizai, is my sister. You should have heard of her, right? With that, he waved his right hand and the God King's throne appeared before him. Dao Realm Treasure. Seeing the God King's throne, the 5 people in the hall became serious. Yi Xian pointed at the God King's throne. This was given to me by the God King. He said that I am the 5th dimension's heaven's chosen one. He told me not to forget the God race when I become rich in the future. As he said this, he opened his palm and the executing heaven sword appeared. Seeing this sword, the few people in the hall were moved, especially the planet lord. There was a hint of wariness in his eyes, because he'd personally experienced the might of this sword. Yi Xian said calmly, "Do you know what sword this is?" Tang Yan asked, "What sword?" Yi Xian said seriously, "Executing heaven sword. This sword is a 5th dimension treasure because it is from the 5th dimension. Therefore, once it appears in our 4th dimension, it will damage the origin of our 4th dimension." Executing heaven sword. Spiritual Master Chu looked at the executing heaven sword and was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly said, "I have another sword. It is my master's sword. Take a look." As he said this, he asked Xiao Linger to bring out a sword from the top of the pagoda. When they saw this sword, the expressions of the people in the hall changed instantly. Fear. At this moment, the 5 people's eyes were filled with fear. Xiao Linger raised the sword and waved it at the crowd. Then he turned and returned to the prison pagoda. Yi Xian said, "Everyone, this is my master's sword. He left it to me. He said that unless my life is in danger, I cannot use this sword easily." The Demon King asked, "Why?" Yi Xian said seriously, "Master said that once this sword is used, it will destroy the heavens and earth. Our universe will not be able to withstand it." Everyone. Yi Xian put away all the treasures and said, "Everyone, these are my treasures. If you make a move now, they will all be yours, including the 5th dimension treasure." Everyone was silent. 5th dimension treasure. The people in the hall were the strongest people in this world. Their intelligence was naturally not low. They also doubted what Yi Xian said. But the treasures that Yi Xian took out were more terrifying than the previous one. Especially the last sword. It made them feel danger. A sword could make them feel danger. One could imagine how terrifying the owner of the sword was. Moreover, the origins of Yi Xian's treasures were not ordinary. Under normal circumstances, how could a person have so many treasures? In short, this Yi Xian was not simple. At this moment, Spiritual Master Chu suddenly sighed. "Little friend, we don't have any other intentions. If we had other intentions, we would have attacked you from the start. We just want to invite you to fight against God Nation with us, that's all." Tang Yan also nodded slightly. "Little friend Yi, we don't have any thoughts about you now. We just want to invite you to fight against God Nation together. If we don't stop God Nation's army, once they come, who knows how many people will die. This battle is a battle of justice, for ourselves and for the people of the world." The Demon King also said, "No matter what grudges we have in the past, we still need to join forces now. This God Nation is not an ordinary force." Spiritual Master Chu nodded slightly. "If little friend joins us, our chances of winning against God Nation will definitely increase by a lot." This sentence was not an exaggeration. Yi Xian's strength was really strong. Moreover, Yi Xian had so many treasures. With this kind of battle strength, ordinary Dao realm experts were completely unable to deal with him. Yi Xian glanced at the Celestial Lord not far away, and did not speak. At this moment, the Celestial Lord suddenly said, "Yi Xian, if you want me to apologize in front of your Wu Yuan's Dean and Sword sect leader's grave, I can. However, I will not let you kill the people of my Order Alliance. If we win against God Nation, then we can settle the grudges between you and my Order Alliance. If we lose, then everyone will die in God Burial Plain, and all the grudges will be over. How about it?" Yi Xian was a little surprised. He was surprised that the Celestial Lord would compromise. In the hall, everyone was looking at Yi Xian. After a while Yi Xian said, "Let's go to Xinwu City to apologize." After saying that, he turned around and left. Yi Xian was not an idiot. He knew that if he pushed his luck, these people would definitely not give in. But now what did he, Wu Yuan, and Sword Sect need? They needed time. He needed time to become stronger. Strong to the point where even these 6 people couldn't do anything to him. The 6 people in front of him couldn't do anything to him. And the martial institution and sword faction also needed time to develop. Soon Yi Xian, the Celestial Lord, and the others arrived at Shenwu City. In the back mountain of Sword Sect, in front of the tombstone of Yu Wuchen, the Celestial Lord looked at the tombstone silently. Not far behind him were all the disciples of Sword Sect. All the disciples of Sword Sect were looking at the Celestial Lord, and their eyes were filled with rage and killing intent. Meanwhile, the Celestial Lord bowed slightly to the tombstone, and then he turned around to gaze at Yi Xian. Remember what you promised. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished into the horizon. Yi Xian remained silent for a short while, and then he turned around to gaze at the disciples of Sword Sect. Remember, this isn't something to be proud of. Conversely, it's because of our incompetence. Because of our incompetence, we had no choice but to make him come here to apologize. However, I guarantee that I'll definitely make the Order Alliance pay with blood in the future. All the disciples of Sword Sect were looking at Yi Xian, and their eyes were filled with respect. The disciples of Sword Sect were extremely convinced by Yi Xian. Yi Xian continued, remember, if my Sword Sect isn't strong, then it can only be bullied and humiliated by others in the future. Whether my Sword Sect is strong or not depends on all of you. All of you are the future of the Sword Sect. The Sword Sect. Actually, he didn't really want to be the sect master of the Sword Sect, but he had no choice. Since he'd chosen to be the sect master, then he would do it well. After the disciples of the Sword Sect left, Tang Qing suddenly walked over to Yi Xian's side and spoke softly. Do you know why the Celestial Lord made a compromise? Yi Xian shook his head. Tang Qing replied, because compared to killing you, he would rather defeat the Divine Kingdom, bring back Gu Taishan's corpse, and wash away the years of humiliation the Order Alliance suffered. Moreover, he knows that the Divine Kingdom is definitely extremely formidable, so the chances of that happening are very slim. However, if you join us, then perhaps that chance will increase slightly. Yi Xian spoke solemnly. Exactly how strong is the Divine Kingdom? Tang Qing shook her head. I don't know. Yi Xian asked. Even the Tang clan doesn't know? Tang Qing nodded. No, because no one has been able to set foot in the Divine Kingdom. We've sent people there before, but no one came back alive. Yi Xian fell silent. Tang Qing said softly. The Celestial Lord has already gathered all the forces apart from the Eastern Wasteland domain to head to the Divine Burial Plains, including the geniuses on the law rank. These people are all heading there, including me. I will head there tomorrow. Yi Xian asked in a low voice. None of you have a choice? Tang Qing shook her head. No choice. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? Because of the 5 supreme experts? Tang Qing chuckled. They have no choice either. Yi Xian frowned. What do you mean? Tang Qing looked at Yi Xian. Do you know who the real master of the Divine Dao Army is? Yi Xian said. Isn't it you? Tang Qing shook her head. She looked up at the sky and said softly. The true master of the Divine Dao Lord is it, the Tendo. Actually, there's another reason why the Divine Kingdom is fighting with us, apart from our own interests. It's also the most important reason, and that is the fight for orthodoxy. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. You mean 2 heavens' ways? Tang Qing nodded. The Tendo that the Divine Kingdom believes in is different from the Tendo that we believe in. Although they've never truly appeared, they've always been there. Speaking of this, she looked at Yi Xian. Of course, we fight for our own interests. Take you for example. You're the city lord of the Divine Martial City, but if the Divine Kingdom attacks, you have to bow down. Are you willing? Don't even think about surrendering. Most of the time, surrendering doesn't end well. Yi Xian said softly. Why do I feel that all living beings are like chess pieces? Chapter 597. Yi Xian looked at the sky. How big was the universe? He did not know. When he was in Qing City, He felt that the country of Jiang was very big, but when he came to the Azure world, he realized how small the country of Jiang was. When he came here, he realized how small the Azure world was. And in this vast universe, was the chaotic universe the only universe? What about outside the chaotic universe? 5 dimensions? The universe was too big. It was so big that he could only use the word too big to describe it, because he had no concept of this universe. Compared to the vast universe, all living beings were too insignificant. All living beings were like ants. Looking at it from another angle, this sentence was actually not unreasonable. Humans and other living beings were really like ants in this vast universe. At this moment, when he heard Tang Qing's words, he suddenly had a feeling. All living beings were like chess pieces on a chessboard. How they moved and how they would end up was already determined. After an ordinary person was born, they would study, work, get married, have children, grow old, and die. And their children would continue like this, and the cycle would repeat. And cultivators cultivated, became stronger, the great Tao, and lived forever. But how many true immortals were there? The great Tao, the great Tao, the great Tao. These were so illusory. And many people spent their entire lives cultivating, but in the end, they would only end up like ashes to ashes, dust to dust. It was as if everything was already determined. At this moment, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Tang Qing looked at Yi Xian. What are you smiling at? Yi Xian smiled and said, no matter how big this vast universe is, no matter how long we can live, the most important thing is the meaning of life. We came to this world, and one day we will disappear, but we must live a wonderful life. And working hard and cultivating with all our might is to have a good life, for example, to be able to eat what we want to eat, to be able to love the person we want to love, to live a life that is not petty. And that is enough for our loved ones. Tang Qing looked at Yi Xian in a daze. Meanwhile, Ayu suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched when he saw Ayu. Why is she here again? Ayu looked at Yi Xian. She didn't say anything. She just looked at Yi Xian, making Yi Xian feel very uncomfortable. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, Ayu suddenly said, I once read a sentence in one of Master's books. Master said, the meaning of life is to realize one's own value and strive to live every day to the fullest. At this point, she looked at Yi Xian and said, it seems to be the same as what you said. Yi Xian said seriously, great minds think alike. Miss Ayu, if you don't mind, you can treat me as your master for the time being. I don't mind really. Ayu suddenly punched out. Bang! Before Yi Xian could react, he was sent flying. Ayu waved his hand. You really deserve a beating. With that, she turned around and disappeared. Tang Qing. In the following time, Yi Xian began to make arrangements for the sword sect in Wuyuan, because he decided to go to God Burial Plain. It could be said that he had to go. If he chose not to go, those 5 people would definitely not let him go. Nor would they let Divine Martial City go. However, this time he was only bringing Wuxia. And Lanxiu and Lian Wanli stayed in Divine Martial City to oversee it. After all, there were no super experts in Divine Martial City. The next day, Yi Xian, Wuxia, and Tang Qing left Divine Martial City for God Burial Plain. When they learned that Yi Xian had left Divine Martial City and was going to God Burial Plain, Enlightened Master Chu and the others heaved a sigh of relief. They were worried that Yi Xian would stay here. They were also afraid that Yi Xian would stab them in the back when they fought against Divine Nation. Once the 5 of them went to God Burial Plain, no one would be able to stop Yi Xian. Fortunately, Yi Xian was willing to go to God Burial Plain. Under the summons of the Order Alliance, Tang Clan and Demon Race, countless experts went to God Burial Plain. Because no one dared to not go. Those who did not would become the enemies of these 3 factions. Moreover, once they went to the God Burial Plains, they would be rewarded with extremely tempting rewards if they could contribute to the God Burial Plains. These rewards were jointly created by the 3 great factions, and among them were cultivation methods, martial techniques, and even creation realm treasures. With great rewards, there would always be brave men. More and more experts went to God Burial Plain. In these people's minds, they all wanted to contribute and make a name for themselves. And no one knew anything about Divine Nation. Qin clan. On this day, the Star Lord and the others arrived above the Qin clan. However, the Qin clan was already empty, not a single person was there. In the air, enlightened Master Chu looked down at the Qin clan and said softly, "Divine Nation was probably behind them." The Star Lord nodded. "Divine Nation's strength has already infiltrated our side. We need to be extremely careful." Enlightened Master Chu looked at the distant horizon and said softly, "Let's go to God Burial Plain." Soon, the 5 of them disappeared. God Burial Plain. To the east of God Burial Plain was Divine Nation, and to the west was the Great Wall of Mountains. This Great Wall of Mountains was made up of countless mountains. The city wall was built against the mountains and was hundreds of meters tall, facing Divine Nation from afar. If Divine Nation wanted to conquer the other 3 desolate worlds, they first had to trample over this Great Wall. A day later, Yi Xian and Wuxia arrived at the Great Wall of Mountains. As soon as they arrived at the Great Wall of Mountains, a Divine Path soldier riding a giant dragon appeared above them. The Divine Path soldier looked down at Yi Xian and Wuxia. "Who are you?" Yi Xian said. "Yi Xian, the lord of the Holy Martial Arts City." "Shenwu City." The God Dao soldier frowned. "So young?" Yi Xian smiled. "Too outstanding. I can't help it." Wuxia shook his head and smiled. With Yi Xian's shamelessness, no one would dare to say they were first. The soldier paused, clearly not expecting Yi Xian to say that. He sized up Yi Xian and said, "Come with me." Then he gestured for Yi Xian and Wuxia to get on the giant dragon. Yi Xian and Wuxia did not refuse and flew on the giant dragon. Soon, the giant dragon disappeared into the horizon. Looking down from the sky, they could see thousands of mountains. On the giant dragon's back, Wuxia looked down at the mountains and said softly, "Brother Yi, I did something on my own and forgot to tell you." Yi Xian looked at Wuxia, who said, "I sent a message back to the never-ending starfield. I asked some geniuses from my clan to come to Shenwu City. I hope they will stay here." Yi Xian smiled. "Isn't that a good thing?" Wuxia looked at Yi Xian and said softly, "Thank you." Yi Xian shook his head. "This is too distant between brothers." "Brother." Wuxia looked at Yi Xian and nodded. "Brother Yi is a person worth befriending." Yi Xian said with a smile. "Did you just realize that?" "Haha." Wuxia smiled too. Yi Xian suddenly said, "Brother Wuxia, do you have any dreams?" Wuxia thought for a while and said, "I hope my clansmen can have a good place to stay and not be bullied." Yi Xian said softly, "It's very difficult." Wuxia nodded. "It is." Right at this moment, the nearby God Dao soldier suddenly said, "The 2 of you are here." Then the giant dragon stopped. There was a mountain not far in front of the 2. The divine Dao soldier pointed at the mountain and said, "This is the Sky Trampling Peak, named after Senior Gu Tian Trampling. It is also the main peak of the Great Wall, and there is a grand hall on this peak called the Sky Trampling Hall. You 2 have just arrived, so you must report to the deputy commander there. I have a mission to complete, so I can't keep you company. Farewell." Then he turned around and disappeared into the horizon on the giant dragon. When Yi Xian and Wuxia arrived at the front of the hall, a man in armor and a saber at his waist stood in front of Yi Xian and Wuxia. Yi Xian said, "Please inform the city lord of Shenwu City that Yi Xian is here to report." The armored man glanced at Yi Xian and left. After a while, he came out again and looked at Yi Xian and Wuxia. Wait. Yi Xian asked, "How long?" The armored man said, "Wait." Yi Xian frowned. He thought for a moment and nodded. "Let's wait then." Then he and Wuxia walked to the side. From their position they could see the Great Wall. The Great Wall was like a giant dragon circling between the mountains. It was a spectacular sight. God Burial Plain was right in front of them, and the entire God Burial Plain was endless. And at the end of it was the legendary Divine Nation. At this moment, Wuxia suddenly said, "Let's go take a look?" "Go take a look?" Yi Xian looked at Wuxia. "To the Divine Nation?" Wuxia nodded. Yi Xian asked, "Why do you want to go take a look all of a sudden?" Wuxia said softly, "I just want to see how powerful this Divine Nation is." Yi Xian chuckled. I also want to go take a look, but I'm afraid of death, haha. He definitely wouldn't underestimate the divine nation. What a joke. This nation almost unified the entire chaotic universe. Moreover, the 5 Star Lords were very wary of this mysterious nation. If even such an expert was so wary, how could the other party be weak? At this moment, Yi Xian said again, however, it shouldn't be a problem for us to go take a look and come back, right? Wuxia nodded. It shouldn't be a problem. The two glanced at each other, and in the next moment they disappeared. On the spot, the armored man. Not long after Yi Xian and Wuxia left, Daoist Chu's group of 5 appeared in front of the heaven-trampling palace. This time, the armored man didn't dare to stop them. The 5 entered the palace directly. Just as they entered the palace, a middle-aged man wearing black armor walked out. The middle-aged man bowed slightly to the 5. Divine Lord Deputy Commander Chu Kuang greets seniors. Daoist Chu said, Commander Chu, is that Yi Xian here? Yi Xian? Chu Kuang was slightly stunned, then looked outside the palace. Guards! As soon as the voice fell, the armored man outside the palace appeared. Chu Kuang said, Is Yi Xian still here? The armored man replied, reporting to Commander, the 2 of them have just left. Chu Kuang frowned slightly. Where did they go? The armored man said, I don't know, but they went in the direction of God Burial Plain. Hearing this, Chu Zhen and the others' expressions changed instantly. Chu Zhen said solemnly, This guy is definitely going to the divine nation. Isn't he courting death? Tang Yan also frowned slightly, rash. The Demon King shook his head, too young. At this moment, the Star Lord said calmly, What are you all worried about? Everyone looked at the Star Lord, who was expressionless. Don't worry, this person is not only strong, his skin is thicker than the city wall. He won't die. Chapter 598. Desolate. When Yi Xian and Wuxia entered the God Burial Plain, their first impression was that it was desolate. The ground was barren, and the sky was gray. There was a heavy sense of oppression. The two didn't openly enter the God Burial Plain. Right now, both of them were using chaotic energy to conceal their auras. Ordinary experts couldn't detect them. On the way, Wuxia suddenly asked, Brother Yi, do you think it's a good thing or a bad thing for God Nation to unify the entire chaotic universe? Yi Xian was silent. Good thing? Bad thing? Yi Xian said softly, For our generation, it's definitely not a good thing. Because once war is started, people will die. No one will be able to escape unscathed. But for future generations, it might be a bad thing. But it might also be a good thing. Wuxia looked at Yi Xian. What do you mean? Yi Xian smiled. If they unify the chaotic universe, then there won't be any more wars, at least not in the short term. And if God Nation's Divine Master is a wise Divine Master, then it's definitely a good thing for future generations. But if the other party is a cruel and heartless tyrant, then it's undoubtedly a disaster for future generations. Wuxia nodded. What if the other party is a wise Divine Master? Yi Xian said with a smile. How many wars are waged for the sake of the common people? Most of them are just for their own ambitions. Moreover, once God Nation succeeds, the factions within God Nation will divide up the territories of the other wastelands, such as Maishinwu City. When that time comes, they want Maishinwu City to surrender. Should I surrender or not? In any case, with my hot temper, I definitely won't surrender. I'll definitely do it for them. Wuxia nodded. I also don't want to put my hopes on others. Yi Xian looked at the end of the God Burial Plain. Since ancient times, the defeated side has never had a good ending. If he was alone, it wouldn't matter to him whether God Nation attacked or not. But now he wasn't alone. He, Yi Xian, was the city lord of Divine Martial City. Before Wu Wen and Yu Wuchen died, they had entrusted Wu Yuan and the Sword Sect to him. Naturally, he had to think for Wu Yuan and the Sword Sect. Perhaps worldly affairs would cause him to be tied down, but in his opinion as a man, he had to take responsibility. This was his responsibility, and he had to take it well. People shouldn't just live for themselves. At this time, Wuxia suddenly said, Look. Yi Xian raised his head and looked over. Not far away, there was an iron pillar. A man was tied to the iron pillar. The man's face was covered by his hair, making it impossible to see his true appearance. Wuxia said softly, "He must be Gu Tatian from the Lawful Order Alliance." Yixian nodded. He looked around. It was deserted. There was no one around. But Yixian knew that things weren't that simple. Otherwise, the Lawful Order Alliance would have taken Gu Tatian's corpse away. Wuxia suddenly looked at Yixian. "Brother Yi, should we keep going?" Yixian looked into the distance. He still couldn't see God Nation. He had a bad feeling about this. Yixian shook his head. "We have to go back." With his current strength, apart from the Star Lord and the others, no one else was a threat to him. But he wouldn't be arrogant. He wouldn't dare to be arrogant. It was better not to act recklessly now. He was a little fed up with the days of being hunted down. Wuxia nodded. He too had a bad feeling about this. Just as the two were about to leave, footsteps were heard from the right. Wuxia and Yixian frowned slightly. Yixian turned around and saw an old man slowly walking towards them from not far away. The old man was thin and had a hunched back. He had very little hair and looked like a rabbit. In his hand was a pitch-black wooden staff. The old man glanced at Yixian and Wuxia. "You're from the Great Wall?" His voice was hoarse and uncomfortable, as if there was phlegm in his throat. Wuxia was about to speak when Yixian suddenly said, "No, we're from God Nation." Wuxia. The old man looked at Yixian. "Look at me carefully." Yixian sized up the old man. "What do you mean, senior?" The old man looked at Yixian. "Do I look like an idiot to you?" Yixian. The old man suddenly disappeared. Yixian was about to attack when Wuxia suddenly said, "Let me do it." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly charged forward swiftly. In the next moment, an afterimage flashed through the battlefield. Chi. Wuxia's body tore through space and slammed into the old man. Boom. An explosion suddenly rang out. Immediately after, the two of them retreated rapidly. As they retreated, Wuxia pointed forward with a finger. 100 meters away, the space where the old man was exploded. At the same time, Wuxia suddenly appeared in front of the old man. A powerful force instantly pushed the old man back 100 meters. So powerful. Not far away, Yixian was a little shocked by what he saw. He hadn't fought Wuxia recently. Thus, he still thought Wuxia's strength was still at the never-ending star field. He didn't expect Wuxia to be this powerful now. Wuxia's battle strength was definitely stronger than Dao Vindication experts. He wasn't the only one growing. Yixian retracted his thoughts and looked into the distance. At this moment, Wuxia and the old man were evenly matched, and the old man was definitely a peak Dao Vindication expert. Just at this moment, not far away, Wuxia and the old man suddenly retreated rapidly. The two of them retreated 100 meters before stopping at almost the same time. After stopping, Wuxia's right foot lightly stomped, and his body floated into the air. In the air, his palm lightly pressed forward. Instantly, a black whirlpool condensed in his palm. Very quickly, the space within 1,000 meters around him began to tremble. Below, the old man narrowed his eyes. He slowly clenched his right hand and a powerful force silently condensed in his hand. In the air, Wuxia suddenly flipped his palm downwards. In an instant, a powerful force suddenly surged out from the surrounding space. This force was so powerful that it felt like the sky was collapsing. The surrounding space twisted into a strange shape. Not far away, the old man angrily roared and threw a punch upwards. Using force to break force. Rumble. The surrounding space suddenly shook violently. In the next moment, a figure retreated rapidly. It was the old man. The old man retreated hundreds of meters before stopping. At the corner of his mouth, a smear of blood slowly seeped out. The old man stared at Wuxia. He was about to attack, but at this moment, an afterimage suddenly appeared behind the old man. In the next moment, the afterimage appeared in front of Wuxia. Wuxia's expression slightly changed and he slammed his palm down. Rumble. The moment Wuxia's palm landed, his entire body flew out. In front of him, the afterimage closely chased after him like a ghost. It was extremely fast, and waves of powerful energy constantly bombarded Wuxia. In the air, Wuxia retreated rapidly. After retreating 1,000 meters, Wuxia suddenly roared and pressed his hands forward. Rumble. The space in front of him instantly crumbled. At this moment, the afterimage had unknowingly retreated in front of the old man. It was a young man wearing a blue and white robe. The young man was skinny and had a faint smile on his face. Yi Xian's expression was rather serious because this young man's speed was way too fast. In that instant, Wuxia was suppressed by this young man's speed. And this young man's speed was something even he couldn't deal with. Without a doubt, this was a genius from Divine Nation. At this moment, the young man suddenly glanced at Yi Xian and Wuxia. Are the geniuses from the West all as weak as you two? Yi Xian asked. You think you're very strong? The young man lightly patted the messy clothes on his chest and said indifferently, in my Divine Nation, I'm definitely at the bottom. But in front of the two of you, I think I'm very strong. No, I'm very strong because you two are too weak. I'm not deliberately targeting you two. I'm just stating the facts. Yi Xian sternly said. I don't believe it. Only if you stand and receive my sword. Wuxia. The young man looked at Yi Xian with a bit of surprise. You're a swordsman? Yi Xian nodded. Swordsman. On my side, I'm ranked 9th among the swordsmen. How about it? Do you dare to stand and receive my sword? If you receive my sword without retreating, I'll admit that you're strong. The young man sized up Yi Xian. Who's the number 1 swordsman on your side? Yi Xian sternly said. Yi Xian. The young man frowned. He's very strong? Yi Xian nodded with an extremely serious expression and a trace of worship. Very strong. Not only is he strong, but he's also handsome and has an imposing appearance. He can be said to be the number 1 man in history. On my side, countless women would never marry for him, and countless men would feel ashamed of their inferiority upon seeing him. Wuxia glanced at Yi Xian and couldn't help but walk a few meters to the side. He lowered his head in embarrassment. Opposite Yi Xian, the young man frowned. Yi Xian? Is he a transcendent sword saint or a sword god? The corner of Yi Xian's eyes twitched. He thought for a moment, then said, 5 years ago, he was already a transcendent sword god. But now, at this point he didn't continue. Transcendent sword god. Not far away the young man frowned. So strong. Yi Xian nodded. Very strong. At this point he looked at the young man. How about it? Do you dare to stand and receive my sword? If you receive it, I'll admit defeat. If not, pretend I didn't say anything. The young man said lightly. Are you trying to provoke me? Yi Xian was about to speak, but the young man suddenly smiled. It's fine, I'll receive your sword. Let me see what kind of strength this swordsman who is ranked 9th in the West is. Behind the young man, the old man suddenly said, Don't underestimate your opponent. The young man smiled. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. It's just a swordsman who is ranked 9th, he can't hurt me. Not far away, Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, Let me make it clear first, you might die if I attack you with my sword. The young man laughed. Is that so? Come, let me have a look. Yi Xian walked in front of the young man. A sword suddenly appeared in his hand. The next moment he suddenly slashed. When he saw the sword in Yi Xian's hand, the young man's expression instantly changed. He was about to retreat, but at this time, Yi Xian's sword had already descended. It was too late to retreat. He had to raise his arms to block. Chi. The sword slashed down, and the young man's arms were directly cut off. Not only that, the young man's body was instantly shattered. The sword in Yi Xian's hand was the Executing Heaven sword. How could the body resist the Executing Heaven sword? Yi Xian looked at the young man who was in soul form not far away, and said sincerely, Your Excellency is really strong. You can actually resist my sword. I'm impressed. I've lost. We'll meet again someday. After saying that, he turned around and ran. Behind him, the young man suddenly roared. How dare you use a Dao Realm sword, despicable, shameless, aha. P.S. Life and death are indifferent. If you're not convinced, just spit it out. Thank you to all the readers who silently supported, those who silently supported, those who silently voted. Why aren't you saying anything? Come out and have a chat. I'm lonely. I'm so empty. I want. Chapter 599. Meanwhile, the young man's expression was unsightly to the extreme. He knew that he'd been tricked the moment Yi Xian attacked. The sword in Yi Xian's hand was at least at the Dao realm, and it was definitely not something that a fleshly body could endure. The old man sighed lightly. He hadn't expected that there would be such a vicious swordsman in the world. At this moment, the young man and the old man suddenly looked to the right. Not far away, there was a young girl riding a white horse. Starlight sparkled beneath the white horse's feet. A galactic colt. A Dao realm demon beast. The young woman wore a floral dress, her hair was tied into a ponytail, and she had bangs on both sides of her forehead. There was a saber on the left side of her waist, and a wine gourd on the right. The young man's expression suddenly became solemn when he saw the young woman. The young woman picked up the wine gourd on her waist and took 2 sips, and then she gave the young man a thumbs up before quickly turning around. The young man's expression was quite unsightly, but he didn't dare to respond. Meanwhile, the young woman suddenly patted the galactic colt she rode lightly. A moment later, the galactic colt vanished into the distance, and an expanse of specks of starlight appeared behind it like a river of stars. Yi Xian and Wuxia were dashing madly towards the end of the horizon. They were heading back to the Great Wall. The reason Yi Xian did not follow up with another attack was that he had no way to do so. After all, that was the territory of the Kingdom of God. Moreover, he'd sensed a powerful aura approaching him. He didn't hesitate at all. Run. A wise man doesn't fight when the odds are against him. Meanwhile, a Yu's voice suddenly resounded in Yi Xian's mind. You have to make a trip to that Kingdom of God. Yi Xian was struck dumb. Then he said, Why? A Yu spoke solemnly. I sense the Dao laws on the 6th floor. Yi Xian asked, In the Kingdom of God? A Yu replied, Isn't that obvious? Go to the Kingdom of God? Yi Xian was slightly hesitant. That place was definitely a forbidden place. Even though he was confident in his concealment technique, it was the Kingdom of God. Who knew what kind of experts there were over there? Meanwhile, a Yu suddenly said, You have to make a trip there. You forcefully utilized that damned pagoda in the Order Alliance earlier, and it affected the pagoda greatly. If I hadn't suppressed it, then you would be finished by now. Prison pagoda. Only now did Yi Xian remember that this broken pagoda hadn't come out recently. Yu continued. The 4th floor's Dao law is extremely helpful to you right now. If you can obtain it, it can make up for the flaws in your body. Yi Xian asked, What kind of Dao law is the 6th floor? Yu said, You'll know when the time comes. Yi Xian was speechless. Yu continued, Make a trip there as soon as possible. It's best if these Dao laws don't fall into the hands of outsiders. Moreover, with these Dao laws, not only will your own strength be greatly increased, you will also be able to better control this broken tower. Yi Xian nodded. Understood. Divine Kingdom. Since there were Dao laws there, then he had to enter even if it was a dragon's lair or a tiger's lair. Yu continued. Besides that, you have to improve your cultivation as well. Your current cultivation is too low. If you're able to improve it to the Dao realm, then you'll notice that you'll be able to improve the might of these Dao laws to an extremely terrifying degree. Increase my cultivation. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Actually, the sword sect had creation rank swords, but he wasn't willing to devour them, because the sword sect was too poor right now. The reason it was naturally because the sword sect and Wu Yuan had utilized those grand formations. They only had that little bit of resources left. If he were to devour them, then the disciples of the sword sect wouldn't even have a single good sword in the future. So, he had to think of another way to obtain the swords. A moment later, Yi Xian and Wuxia arrived at the gates of the Great Wall of 10,000 Mountains. At this moment, Yi Xian and Wuxia suddenly stopped. The next moment, both of them turned around abruptly. At this moment, a flash of saber light appeared in front of them without any warning. Yi Xian unsheathed his sword and slashed. Wuxia smashed his fist forward. Bang! The saber light shattered, but Wuxia and Yi Xian retreated rapidly at the same time. With this retreat, the two of them retreated directly to the front of the city gate, at least 2,000 feet away. After the two of them stopped, their expressions became extremely solemn. Yi Xian looked towards the distance, and saw a young woman on a horse about 600 m away. The young woman was around 17 or 18 years old, and she looked very cool. A genius from the divine kingdom. At this moment, many people had gathered on the city walls, and they were all geniuses from the various desolate worlds. Below the city walls, the young woman pointed at Yi Xian and Wuxia, and then she gestured for them to attack together. How arrogant! How could they endure this? Wuxia was about to attack when Yi Xian suddenly said, "Allow me." Wuxia looked at Yi Xian and nodded slightly. Yi Xian walked over to the young woman and looked at her. "Super genius from the divine kingdom, do you dare to receive a strike from me?" Hearing this, Wuxia almost fainted. The young woman looked at Yi Xian and then pointed at her own head. "Come." Yi Xian said, "Then I won't be polite." As he finished speaking, he was already in front of the young woman. However, before he could draw his sword, the young woman suddenly unsheathed her saber and slashed. Instant. The moment the blade fell, Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly dodged to the back, but it was still a little too late. A huge wound was directly torn open on his chest. Blood gushed out. Yi Xian's expression was solemn. In that instant, if he had been a little slower, he would have been dismembered. What a fast saber! Yi Xian looked at the young woman and said angrily, "Didn't you agree to receive a strike from me while standing? Where's the trust between people?" The young woman raised her hand and slashed. This time, Yi Xian was prepared. The moment the young woman swung her saber, he rushed forward and slashed down, executing Heaven Sword. As soon as the sword slashed down, the saber light in front of Yi Xian was directly torn apart. At the same time, a saber light suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian's sword slashed upwards. Clang! A clear sound of something breaking suddenly resounded. At this moment, the young woman had returned to her horse, and the saber in her hand had been broken into two. On the city wall, everyone looked at the sword in Yi Xian's hand. What a sharp sword! A divine weapon! Everyone talks about how strong Yi Xian is. In my opinion, it's all because of this sword. Without this sword, his strength would definitely be greatly reduced. Below the city wall, the young woman looked at the sword in Yi Xian's hand. "Swordsman, do you dare not use this sword? Let's have a fair fight?" Yi Xian thought about it and said, "Sure, but let's make a bet." The young woman looked at Yi Xian. "What bet?" Yi Xian said, "If I don't use this sword, and you can't kill me in 3 moves, you have to give me the horse you're riding on." Star River Colt. The young woman looked at Yi Xian. "If you can beat me without this sword, I'll give it to you. But if you can't beat me, you have to give me your sword." Yi Xian's mouth twitched. This woman actually wanted his sword. Yi Xian said, "Your Excellency, you and I are the world's most dazzling geniuses. If we're only this big, I'm afraid we'll fight for months. How about this? Each of us will make a move, and neither of us can dodge. We can only take it head-on, and whoever retreats the furthest will lose. How about that?" The young woman looked at Yi Xian. "Sure." Yi Xian nodded. "You're the girl, you go first." The young woman gazed at Yi Xian and said, "Can I use a saber?" As soon as she finished speaking, she waved the broken saber in her hand. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, "Can you use your hands?" The young woman gazed at Yi Xian. "Even if you're shameless, there's still a limit." "Thank you." Yi Xian was speechless. The young woman said, "I can use this saber, and you can use another sword. Only then will we be able to bring forth our true strengths, all right?" Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he nodded. "All right, go ahead." The young woman leaped off the Star River Colt, and then she walked slowly towards Yi Xian. She silently condensed a strand of energy, and at the same time, a strand of powerful saber energy enveloped down upon Yi Xian. The Saber Saint. The expressions of everyone here changed drastically when they witnessed this scene. A Saber Saint who isn't even 17 years old? Even Yi Xian was quite shocked. A Saber Saint who isn't even 17 years old? Such natural talent is extraordinary. The young woman gazed at Yi Xian, and then she sped up in the next moment. At the same time, a voice suddenly resounded. Instant. A single slash. As soon as the voice resounded, A crescent-shaped ray of light suddenly slashed down towards Yi Xian. This attack was too swift, and many people here hadn't even been able to react to it before Yi Xian had retreated to the city gates. And he'd moved over 1 kilometer back. On the other hand, a creation realm sword in Yi Xian's hand had suddenly shattered into countless pieces. Moreover, there was a deep gash on Yi Xian's arm, and his bones were visible. Yi Xian had an extremely solemn expression on his face. This woman's saber was truly too swift. It was swift to the point that others couldn't react to it. He'd merely instinctively defended himself earlier, and he'd already been reduced to such a state when he recovered from his shock. At this moment, he understood once more that there was always someone stronger in the world. The young woman glanced at Yi Xian and said, "It's your turn." Yi Xian said, "For the sake of fairness, I need to recuperate." The young woman gazed at Yi Xian and said, "All right." Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground and started devouring divine crystals. The young woman wasn't in a hurry. The girl was not in a hurry. She stood at the side and gently stroked the Star River colt beside her. The latter was very docile. An hour later, Yi Xian stood up, gazed at the young woman, and then waved the execution heaven sword in his hand. "I can't use this sword, right?" The young woman's face remained emotionless. "Yes, you can use any other sword." Yi Xian nodded and said, "Xiaoling, or bring me my sword." As soon as he finished speaking, a young woman appeared in front of Yi Xian. It was Xiaoling, and in her arms was a sword. When she saw the sword, the young woman's face instantly turned cold. This sword was obviously stronger than the previous one. Moreover, with the appearance of this sword, the Star River colt by her side immediately became uneasy. "Danger!" The young woman glared at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said seriously, "I can use this sword, can I?" The young woman shook her head. "So a person can be shameless to this extent. You've refreshed my understanding of the word shameless." "Yi Xian," the young woman said, "if you want to use it, then use it. People of God Nation aren't sore losers." Yi Xian smiled and then asked Xiaoling, to keep the sword. He looked at the young woman and said, "Genius from God Nation, watch carefully, I won't use a sword." "Won't use a sword." The crowd was in an uproar. "This Yi Xian won't use a sword?" The young woman looked at Yi Xian and said, "Is that so? Then let me see." As she spoke, she secretly put up her guard. Yi Xian nodded, and in the next moment, a small empty character suddenly appeared between his brows. Space Dao Law. The moment the Space Dao Law appeared, the space around the young woman turned illusory. In the next moment, before the young woman could react, she had already appeared thousands of feet away. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned. The young woman was also dumbfounded. Space had changed position. Yi Xian looked at the young woman not far away and said, "You've lost." "Lost." The young woman clenched her left hand, and her expression was gloomy. She couldn't accept it. She naturally couldn't accept it. How could she accept losing in such a way? Yi Xian smiled and said, "What genius from God Nation? Are you sore losers? If you can't accept it, that's fine too. Take your horse and leave. I won't force you." The young woman gazed at Yi Xian and said, "Remember what you said." As soon as she finished speaking, she leaped onto her horse, and then she turned around and vanished into the distance. Yi Xian was stunned. What the hell? What the hell? She really left? Where's the pride of God Nation? Yi Xian was stunned. This woman doesn't play by the rules. Right at this moment, a cold laugh suddenly resounded from the city wall. So that's the genius sword saint of legend. Does he only know how to rely on external objects? Yi Xian turned around to look at the man on the city wall. At this moment, the man was looking at him as well. The Dao validation realm. The man didn't look old, and was around the age of 23 or 24. Since he was able to attain the Dao validation realm at such an age, then he was definitely not an ordinary person. Yi Xian didn't get angry, and he said with a smile, "External objects are a form of strength as well, right?" The man laughed coldly. "Then don't you think it's embarrassing? Even if you don't think it's embarrassing to rely on such opportunistic tricks when facing an expert of the God Nation, we all do." Yi Xian asked, "Then why didn't you come down and fight her one-on-one just now?" The man sneered. I wanted to see your performance. Yi Xian suddenly disappeared from the spot. The man's pupils constricted. The next moment he suddenly punched forward. Chi. As Yi Xian's sword arrived, an arm directly flew out. It was the man's arm. At the same time, the man directly retreated dozens of meters. Not far away, Yi Xian glanced at the man. Since you want to see my performance, then shut up. The man was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly looked straight at him. I dare you to say one more word. The man said fiercely, Yi Xian, if you have the ability, don't take that sword. You. Right at this moment, a flying sword suddenly flashed across the field. Before the man could react, his head directly flew out. Everyone present was dumbfounded. He really killed him? Not far away, the man's blood suddenly transformed into a ray of blood light that was absorbed by Yi Xian. And Yi Xian's entire body started to tremble. Meanwhile, a voice suddenly sounded out from the side. Who allowed you to kill people here? Yi Xian turned around and grinned. Sorry. I still want to kill. As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of red light suddenly spread out from his body, and the blood all over his body actually started to boil. Within the World Prison Pagoda, a Yu's voice suddenly sounded out. His bloodline is acting up. This fellow can't suppress his bloodline. Chapter 600. Bloodline. After Yi Xian killed the first person, the blood in his body began to slowly boil. After his blood boiled, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Kill. He really wanted to kill. At this moment, even his sword intent couldn't suppress this thought. A middle-aged man stood in front of Yi Xian. When the middle-aged man heard Yi Xian's words, his eyes instantly turned cold. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, Leave quickly, I don't want to kill. Oh no, I want to kill, Suddenly, Yi Xian raised his head to look at the middle-aged man, and in the next moment, he suddenly slashed forward. The middle-aged man's expression changed, and he stabbed the spear in his hand forward. Hiss. As soon as the spear came into contact with Yi Xian's executing heaven sword, it was directly split into two. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly retreated. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly rushed towards a man beside him. The man's expression changed drastically, and he turned around and ran. Just like that, Yi Xian madly slashed people in the battlefield, and he slashed anyone he saw. Yi Xian has gone mad. All of a sudden, the Great Wall descended into chaos. No one stopped Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian's mind was clearly not normal. Not only that, but he was also holding that heaven-defying sword in his hand, and no one could stop that sword of his. At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. This person was Spiritual Master Chu. Yi Xian didn't care at all, and he raised his hand and slashed down. Spiritual Master Chu frowned slightly. His figure flashed, and he directly dodged Yi Xian's sword. And then he pointed a finger at the center of Yi Xian's brows. Yi Xian's body trembled, and in the next moment, the bloodline in his body was suppressed by a mysterious force. But soon, the blood in Yi Xian's body began to boil violently like boiling water. Bang! A red light suddenly rushed out from the top of Yi Xian's head, and the powerful force directly shook Taoist Master Chu to the point of retreating several steps. Seeing this scene, perfected Master Chu's expression changed slightly. He looked to the side. Together. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Yan appeared in front of Yi Xian. Very quickly, both of them pointed at the space between Yi Xian's eyebrows at the same time, and the powerful force was instantly pushed back into Yi Xian's body. However, his blood was still boiling and showed no signs of stopping. Sage Chu said in a deep voice, Yi Xian, you have to cooperate with the two of us. Yi Xian nodded. Soon, with Yi Xian's cooperation, the blood in his body gradually calmed down. Sensing this scene, Taoist Master Chu and Tang Yan's expressions relaxed. At this time, Yi Xian had returned to normal. After returning to normal, Yi Xian's expression was incomparably grave. He discovered that there was something wrong with his bloodline. At this moment, Perfected Chu said, What bloodline is this? What bloodline? Yi Xian smiled bitterly. I don't know either. Perfected Chu said in a deep voice, Your bloodline is extremely abnormal. Now that it has awakened, it can be activated at any time because of your emotions. However, you can't suppress it now, so you have to control your emotions, understand? Yi Xian nodded slightly. All right. Emotions. He also discovered that his bloodline was related to his emotions. Just now, when he had killing intent, this bloodline automatically activated. He couldn't control it at all. He had to be careful. Yi Xian's expression gradually became serious. Although this bloodline could obtain great power after being activated, he couldn't suppress this bloodline at all. He didn't want to be controlled by this bloodline. At this moment, Perfected Chu said, "Come with us. We have something to discuss with you." With that, he turned around and left. Yi Xian shrugged his shoulders, then looked at Wuxia, who was a little worried, and said with a smile, "It's fine." Wuxia nodded. It had to be said that Yi Xian's appearance just now was quite terrifying. Yi Xian followed Perfected Chu and Tang Yin into the Heaven Trampling Hall. At this moment, there were 4 people in the Heaven Trampling Hall. He knew 3 of them. They were the Star Lord, the Demon King, and the Southern Sect Martial Master. The other person was a middle-aged man. This person was the current deputy commander of the Divine Dao Army, Chu Kuang. As for the Divine Dao Lord, there were a total of 3 deputy commanders. Chu Kuang glanced at Yi Xian with a trace of curiosity in his eyes. This was because the attitude of Perfected Chu and the others towards Yi Xian was as if they were treating an expert of the same level. As for Yi Xian, he was clearly only at the 10,000 Dharma realm. Of course, the identity of a sword saint could not be ignored. However, a mere sword saint should not be in their eyes. Chu Kuang did not ask further and immediately said, "Seniors, the commander is in seclusion and cannot come out for the time being. Please forgive him." Perfected Chu said, "It's fine. Let's get down to business." Chu Kuang nodded slightly. According to the information we received, the Divine Master of the Divine Kingdom is gathering the army and various experts of the kingdom. As for how many there are, we don't know. We only know that it will definitely not be a small number. Moreover, the martial arts civilization in the Divine Kingdom is developed. The strength of these experts might exceed our imagination. Yi Xian suddenly said, "We know too little about the Divine Kingdom." Everyone looked at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian said softly, "We know too little about them. This is definitely a very disadvantageous thing for us. The 2 armies have not fought yet, so we know nothing about them. However, they know our strength. Under these circumstances, we have already lost by quite a bit." At this point, he glanced at everyone and said, "I suggest that we first figure out the overall strength of the Divine Kingdom." Chu Kuang shook his head. "We can't figure it out. Our people can't enter the Divine Kingdom at all." At the side, the Astral Master suddenly said, "Your people can't enter, but City Lord Yi should be able to, right?" Yi Xian smiled. "Why, the battle hasn't started yet. Astral Master is already having an internal strife?" The Astral Master said indifferently, "It's not against you. It's just that Yi Xian's concealment technique is unparalleled in the world. I think entering the Divine Kingdom should be a very simple matter for you, isn't it?" Yi Xian looked straight at the Astral Master. The Astral Master's strength is so strong. It shouldn't be difficult to find out some information. The Astral Master smiled. "City Lord Yi might not know. The moment I leave here, the people of the Divine Kingdom will immediately know." Yi Xian smiled. "Then has the Astral Master ever thought that if I go to the Divine Kingdom, what if I'm discovered?" The Astral Master was expressionless. "Everything has its risks. Since City Lord Yi has this ability, what's a little risk?" Yi Xian's smile became wider. "Then why doesn't the Astral Master bear this risk yourself?" The Astral Master looked at Yi Xian and didn't speak. At this moment, the Demon King suddenly said, "We really need someone to enter the Divine Kingdom to help us find out information." As he said, he glanced at Yi Xian. Tang Yin said, "Although City Lord Ye's concealment technique is unparalleled in the world, this divine race isn't an ordinary country. If he enters the city and is discovered..." At this point, he shook his head slightly and didn't continue. At this moment, the Astral Master suddenly said, "That's true. If City Lord Yi is discovered after entering the Divine Kingdom, and the divine kingdom sees his extraordinary potential, they might recruit him. At that time it won't be a good thing for us. Hearing this, Spiritual Master Chu and the others' faces instantly darkened. Needless to say, they were really afraid of that. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly shook his head and smiled. Sad, too sad. Everyone looked at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian looked at the Astral Master. Astral Master, forgive me for being straightforward. Other than internal strife, your Order alliance is really trash. Presumptuous. Not far away, Chu Kuang suddenly stood up and looked coldly at Yi Xian. City Lord Yi, this isn't your divine martial city. Watch your words. He was also from the Order alliance. Yi Xian smiled. Watch my words. Who the F***ck do you think you are? As his voice fell, the executing heaven sword suddenly appeared in his palm. Yi Xian held the executing heaven sword and pointed it at Chu Kuang. Aren't you guys sad? The corpse of your Order alliance's ancestor is still hanging in the god burial plain. But instead of thinking about how to retrieve his corpse, you guys are here every day thinking about how to kill me. At this point, he pointed his sword at the Astral Master. Especially you, Astral Master. Isn't your Order alliance very arrogant? Go and be arrogant to the divine kingdom. Why are you targeting me? I didn't torture the corpse of your Order alliance's ancestor. The Astral Master stared at Yi Xian. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Yi Xian was not afraid. His body gradually glowed with a blood-red light. His expression was ferocious. I don't understand. Your ancestor's corpse is hanging in the god burial plain. How can you guys tolerate it? If it were me, I would have F***king gone to the divine kingdom. At the side, the Southern Sect Martial Master suddenly said, City Lord Yi, the divine kingdom isn't that simple. Your thinking is too extreme. Calm down first. Yi Xian said angrily. Calm down what? This Astral Master is obviously trying to kill me. Why should I calm down? The Southern Sect Martial Master shook his head helplessly. City Lord Yi, we didn't say that you must go to the divine kingdom to risk your life. Can you not be so agitated? Yi Xian said coldly. The 5 of you are a group. You only know how to bully me. The Southern Sect Martial Master was speechless. At this time, Spiritual Master Chu said, Little friend Yi, calm down first. Yi Xian nodded. All right, I'll calm down. As soon as he finished speaking, he sat back down. However, he still didn't put away his sword. Spiritual Master Chu hesitated for a moment and said, City Lord Yi, the 6 of us are the focus of the divine kingdom. Our every move will definitely alarm them. Thus, the 6 of us are unable to head to the divine kingdom. But you're different. The divine kingdom won't pay too much attention to you. You're strong, so, Yi Xian suddenly said. I'm afraid of death. Everyone was speechless. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, Even though I'm afraid of death, I'm still willing to go to the divine kingdom. Everyone looked at Yi Xian with slight surprise. Yi Xian said in a low voice, I know. We should unite now. Everyone needs me now, so I'm duty-bound. However, I have a few conditions. If everyone agrees to them, I'll head to the divine kingdom. Spiritual Master Chu nodded slightly. Speak. Yi Xian said, First, I need at least 20 creation realm swords. Of course, Dao realm swords are fine too. Secondly, I need a defensive treasure that is at least at the Dao realm. Third, I'm poor. I need some god crystals. A few million will do. Finally, I need everyone to guarantee my safety. As for how to guarantee it, I'll leave it to the seniors to think of a way. Speaking up to here, he looked at Spiritual Master Chu and the others. I'm risking my life for everyone. My requests aren't too much, right? Everyone was speechless. P.S. Thank you for your recent donations and monthly votes. I've been under a lot of pressure because I'm afraid that I won't write well and I'll lose you. Up until now, I've met many reader friends. Among these friends, some of them will disappear as they walk. And I don't dare to disturb them. I'm afraid that they'll say, Your new book is as ugly as sh**t. That would be a 100-fold blow to my young heart. Most of the time, readers only recognize the book and not the author. If it's good, I'll read it. If it's good, I'll vote. Not good. Sorry, I don't King care who you are. I used to be like this too. I can only work hard to write so that you like my book, like me as a person. Oh no, as long as you like my book. Chapter 601. All of a sudden, the hall fell silent. Yi Xian's request, apart from the Dao realm treasure, was actually not too much. However, everyone was still a little uncomfortable, because what Yi Xian was doing was kind of extortion. At this moment, Yi Xian said, "If you feel that it's difficult, it's fine. You can just send someone else. After all, going to God Nation is equivalent to risking your life. Seniors, I am also very afraid of death." At this moment, the Demon King suddenly said, "City Lord Yi, God Nation is invading. Everyone should unite. Your method?" Yi Xian looked at the Demon King. "I heard that the demon race also has a super genius, and he is on the law rank. I think he is not weak. Why don't we send him? If he is willing to go, I am willing to personally donate 2 creation realm swords." Hearing this, the Demon King's face suddenly darkened. He is not good at concealment. Yi Xian smiled. "Excuses? All excuses. You are just afraid that something bad will happen to him. What, the life of your demon race genius is a life, but my life is not a life." The Demon King looked at Yi Xian, and did not speak. Yi Xian was not afraid. Anyway, this Demon King had targeted him several times. There was no need for him to give him face. At this moment, Spiritual Master Chu softly sighed. "Little friend Yi, other things are fine. As for the Dao realm treasure, this," Yi Xian suddenly said, "doesn't the Order Alliance have a Dao realm treasure? Oh right, it is called the Heavenly God Armor. I think it is very good." Not far away, the Star Lord glanced at Yi Xian. "What are you dreaming about in broad daylight?" Tang Yan and the others also shook their heads. This Heavenly God Armor was a treasure on the Interstellar Bounty Board, and it was ranked 6th. Although it was not as good as Yi Xian's treasure, it was still a treasure. Yi Xian was really thinking too much about this treasure. Yi Xian suddenly said, "Star Lord, how about I make a deal with you?" Planet Lord looked at Yi Xian. Not doing it. He was very wary of Yi Xian at the moment. Yi Xian's shamelessness was unprecedented, and would never be matched in the future. Yi Xian suddenly said, "How about I go get the body of your lawful alliance's Gu Tatian?" Hearing this, the Star Lord squinted his eyes. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Are you doing it or not? If you do, then give me the treasure." The Star Lord said indifferently, "You don't have that ability." Yi Xian said, "You don't have to worry about that. Just tell me if you're willing or not." After a moment of silence, the Star Lord said, "Bring it back, and I'll give you the treasure." Yi Xian laughed and said, "Do you think I'm stupid? What if you don't acknowledge it after I get it back?" As he spoke, he gazed at Daoist Chu. "Senior Chu, I can give up on the Dao realm treasure, but I do want those 20 creation realm swords. If you can satisfy this small request of mine, then I'll investigate the strength of the Divine Kingdom, even if I have to risk my life. But if you have any difficulties, then just pretend that I never said anything." The surroundings fell silent. Everyone finally understood what was going on. It wasn't impossible for Yi Xian to risk his life, but he had to give them benefits. Meanwhile, the Southern Sect Martial Master suddenly said, "Then get him 20 swords. After all, the journey to the Divine Kingdom is extremely dangerous, and it can't be without benefits." Yi Xian glanced at the Southern Sect Martial Master. Amongst the 5 of them, only the Southern Sect Martial Master would occasionally speak up for him. As for Daoist Chu, he couldn't see through him. Daoist Chu nodded slightly. "Then I'll get you 20 swords." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand, and 4 swords suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. The 4 swords were all at the creation realm, and every single one of them emitted the aura of an old sword Dao. They weren't ordinary creation realm swords. At this moment, the Southern Sect Martial Master suddenly said, "I've collected some over the years. I'll give them to you." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand, and 4 swords appeared in front of Yi Xian. They were all at the creation realm as well. Soon, the Demon King also took out 4 swords. Only the Star Lord was left. Yi Xian looked at the Star Lord. and the latter didn't hesitate. He directly pointed with his finger, and 4 swords floated in front of Yi Xian. 20 swords. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. These old monsters were extraordinarily rich. At this moment, Daoist Chu pointed with his finger, and a fist-sized stone fell in front of Yi Xian. This is a space teleportation stone. If you encounter any danger, you can crush the stone, and it will teleport you here in an instant. Yi Xian nodded, and then put away the 20-sword domain teleportation stones. Following that, he cupped his fists at everyone. Seniors, I'm going into seclusion for 3 days. After 3 days, I'll head to the kingdom of God. However, I'll go there quietly, and I hope that you can keep this a secret. Daoist Chu nodded. Of course. Yi Xian didn't say anything else, and turned to leave. After Yi Xian left, the nearby Star Lord suddenly said, "This person is a bandit, and his greed is insatiable. Are you really going to indulge him like this?" Daoist Chu looked at the Star Lord. "Then why don't we let the geniuses of the Order Alliance go?" The Star Lord frowned slightly and didn't speak. Daoist Chu shook his head. "Star Lord, I know about the grudge between the Order Alliance and him, but you have to understand the situation now. Yi Xian is on the same boat as us. If he stands on our side, it'll be beneficial for us." The Southern Sect's martial master nodded. Brother Chu's words make sense. This Yi Xian's combat strength isn't bad, and he's an expert in assassination. You have to know that if we go to war with the kingdom of God, if the younger generation doesn't have a few to shoulder the burden, our people will definitely be massacred by the kingdom of God's geniuses. At that time, it'll be very disadvantageous for us. And with Yi Xian around, the pressure on our younger generation will be much less. The Star Lord was silent. Tang Yin also said, "It's indeed dangerous for him to go to the kingdom of God. It's understandable that he wants such a little benefit. Our top priority now is to fight against the God race. As for the grudge between him and the Order Alliance, once this matter is over, you can do whatever you want." At this time, Spiritual Master Chu looked at Chu Kuang, who was not far away. "Pass down my order to your God Dao soldier. Don't provoke this person. This person has a bad temper. If you find him, he'll stab a hole in you regardless of the consequences." Chu Kuang said indifferently, "My God Dao soldier has a bad temper too." Spiritual Master Chu looked straight at Chu Kuang. "Commander Chu, you have to understand one thing. He once killed more than 30 Dao realm powerhouses. Also, there's a problem with his bloodline. After he kills someone, he can't control himself. You better tell your people not to provoke him. Otherwise, the old man won't want to come out and clean up your mess." After saying that, he turned and left. At the side, the Southern Sect's martial master also looked at Chu Kuang. "Don't provoke this hot-tempered little guy. When he goes crazy, it's really a headache." After saying that, he also left. The Demon King looked at Chu Kuang. "I hope that you, the God Dao Lord, can suppress his arrogance." After saying that, he got up and disappeared. Soon, only the Star Lord and Chu Kuang were left in the hall. Chu Kuang looked at the Star Lord. The Star Lord shook his head. "Don't provoke this person for now," Chu Kuang said in a deep voice. "Is this person really that monstrous?" The Star Lord said softly, "The scary thing about him isn't his strength, but that he doesn't care about his life. If he wants to fight, he will fight. He won't consider the consequences, and will fight with his life. He's just a fool. Don't provoke him for now." After saying that, he turned and disappeared. Chu Kuang. After Yi Xian left the heaven-trampling hall, he found a quiet place. Then he took out a creation realm sword and stabbed it into his abdomen. Devour. Very quickly, streams of pure energy spread out from his body. Chapter 602. Devour. Yi Xian sat cross-legged in the prison pagoda. As he devoured the manifestation realm sword, his body began to tremble. Not far away from Yi Xian was a Yu. A Yu sized up Yi Xian with curiosity in her eyes. This was the first time she had seen this cultivation method of devouring swords. About 2 hours later, Yi Xian picked up another sword and stabbed it into his abdomen. Boom! A powerful aura suddenly spread out from his body. A Yu ignored Yi Xian and walked to the side to look at the Emperor Hound. The Emperor Hound was also cultivating. Ever since the Emperor Hound obtained the little white fellow's gift, it had been in seclusion. Its aura was gradually growing stronger every day. Yu sized up the Emperor Hound and said softly, "This fellow will probably recover to its peak soon." "No, that little fellow's purple aura is changing this fellow's bloodline." "Is it evolving?" "Evolving." Since ancient times, many demon beasts' achievements depended on their bloodline. To a large extent, bloodline determined the demon beast's achievements. It could be said that bloodline was very important to demon beasts. Of course, there were exceptions. It was evolution. It was absolutely impossible to break through one's bloodline and evolve to a higher level without great fortuitous encounters. But now, this Emperor Hound was showing signs of evolution. What kind of existence was that little white fellow? Yu frowned deeply. At this moment, she could not help but think, if that little fellow had given her a bit of purple aura, would she have evolved herself? Tao laws could naturally evolve as well. It was still a pity. Yu shook her head. If she had been a little more thick-skinned back then, perhaps she would have mostly recovered by now. Yu turned and left. She returned to the 5th floor. At this moment, Xiaoling was watering a spirit tree. Yu walked over to take a look. Xiaoling turned and grinned at Yu before continuing to water the tree. As she watched, Yu's expression suddenly became solemn, because she realized that Xiaoling had become somewhat different. Was he going to evolve? Yu looked at Xiaoling not far away and did not speak for a long time. After a long time, Yu said softly, "I have to be more thick-skinned in the future." 3 days later, Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged in the World Prison Pagoda, suddenly stood up. The moment he stood up, a powerful aura suddenly emanated from his body. The spell defensive state. In 3 days, he had devoured a total of 15 Creation Realm swords. After absorbing the Creation Realm, he finally broke through from the Dharma Realm to the Dharma Defensive Realm. In the field, Yi Xian closed his eyes slightly. He opened his palm. The Executing Heaven sword was floating quietly in his palm. The spell defensive state. After a while, Yi Xian shook his head. He was only at the spell defensive realm, yet he had to devour 15 swords at the creation realm. What would he do in the future? Moreover, the further one went, the less useful a blessed realm sword would be. Where was he going to find so many Dao realm swords to devour? This was a bottomless pit. At this moment, Yu suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. "How do you feel?" Yi Xian said. "It feels different from before. Moreover, I noticed that my divine sense seems to have become much stronger." Yu nodded. "You've improved greatly in all aspects now. However, your current strength is still unable to resist the Tao laws of the 6th floor." Yi Xian asked. "Then what should we do?" Yu spoke indifferently. "Don't you have me?" Yi Xian hurriedly said. Yes. With Miss Yu here, it's naturally not a problem." Yu said. "I'm just afraid that it has fallen into someone else's hands." Yi Xian asked. "What if it has fallen into someone else's hands?" Yu glanced at Yi Xian. "If it's forcefully subdued, then we'll take it back. If it follows us willingly, then we'll trick it back. Aren't you very good at deceiving people?" Yi Xian was speechless. Yu said, "Go quickly. I want to take a nap. Don't bother me if there's nothing important. Otherwise I'll beat you up." She intended to leave once she finished speaking. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Miss Yu, can I enter the 7th floor after I find the Tao laws of the 6th floor?" The 7th floor. He hadn't forgotten that there was a box and an unparalleled martial technique on the 7th floor. An unparalleled martial technique. If he were to learn the Boundless Sword, then he would probably be able to kill a Starlord with a single strike of his sword with his current strength. Yu fell silent for a short moment before she said, "If I join forces with the Tao laws of the 6th floor, then I'll be able to allow you to enter the 7th floor. Of course, you'll be in danger because we don't have the Tao laws of the 7th floor right now. So, it'll be a problem if you try to force your way through." Yi Xian laughed bitterly. "Miss Yu, why can't the pagoda itself enter the 7th floor?" Yu spoke indifferently. "Because it hasn't fully awakened yet. You should feel fortunate about that." She turned around and left once she finished speaking. A short while later, Yi Xian left the pagoda and snuck towards the divine kingdom. He had to search for the Tao laws. He needed to find as many Tao laws as he could. Firstly, it was for the sake of the pagoda's stability, and secondly, it was to improve his strength. Only by being strong could he protect himself. He didn't want his fate to be in the hands of another. Not long after Yi Xian left the Great Wall, the Star-Lord suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian's brows knit together slightly. Is there something you need? The Star-Lord gazed at Yi Xian. Can you really bring back Star-Lord Ancient's corpse? Yi Xian spoke indifferently. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. The Star-Lord flicked his finger, and a spatial ring descended in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced at it, and there was only a single piece of armor within it. A Tao Realm divine armor. The Star-Lord looked Yi Xian in the eyes. If you try to play any tricks, then you'll definitely regret it. I guarantee that. He turned around and left once he finished speaking. Yi Xian put the spatial ring away, and then placed the divine armor within the pagoda. Miss Ayu, is there anything wrong with this thing? On the 5th floor, Ayu sized up the divine armor in front of her. What do you want this piece of trash for? Yi Xian. At this moment, the divine armor in front of Ayu suddenly trembled, and the next moment, a black light blasted directly at Ayu. Ayu raised her hand and slapped it. Boom. The black light was directly shattered. And then Ayu grabbed the divine armor and gave it a vicious beating. Yi Xian shook his head. Was this divine armor stupid? It actually provoked Ayu. Wasn't it looking for a beating? After a long time, the divine armor became obedient. Ayu said, "There's nothing wrong with this lousy thing, it just needs a beating." With that said, she threw the divine armor out. The God of Heaven armor was directly tossed to the 1st floor. After arriving at the 1st floor, the God of Heaven armor noticed the spirit trees that little Ling had planted. In the next moment, it flew directly before a spirit tree, and then it transformed into a ray of black light that enveloped the spirit tree. In an instant, the spirit tree and spirit fruit were completely devoured by it. It didn't take long for it to want to devour a second spirit tree, but Xiaoling suddenly appeared in front of it. Xiaoling clenched her fists tightly, and her face was livid with rage. Her icy cold gaze sent chills down one's spine. It didn't take long for the divine armor to be chased all over the pagoda by Xiaoling. It wasn't that it didn't resist, but when Xiaoling took out the sword at the top of the pagoda, it completely gave up resisting. Outside the pagoda, Yi Xian shook his head. Needless to say, no one could save this divine armor now. Recollecting his thoughts, Yi Xian kept moving forward. His target was the kingdom of God. A while later, Yi Xian arrived in front of Gu Taishan's corpse. He stole a glance around and found nothing. Then he flew in front of Gu Tatian and saw a pitch-black chain on Gu Taishan's body. The chain was pitch-black, but there was a blood-red line in the middle. Yi Xian was about to attack when a voice suddenly rang out. You can't break this chain. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. Who was talking? He scanned the surroundings and suddenly looked at Gu Tatian. You're still alive? Gu Tatian suddenly looked up and Yi Xian realized that Gu Taishan's eyes had disappeared, leaving behind 2 pitch-black holes. Gu Tatian shook his head. I died 1,000 years ago. Yi Xian calmed himself down. Senior, are you a zombie? Gu Tatian. Yi Xian looked at Gu Tatian warily. It was better to be on guard against others. A moment later, Gu Tatian shook his head. It's just a wisp of my divine soul. Then he turned to Yi Xian. Are you from the sword sect? Yi Xian hesitated and was about to speak when Gu Tatian suddenly said, You're a sword saint at such a young age and you're not bad. Yi Xian shook his head. You flatter me, senior. Gu Tatian asked softly. Is the God Nation going to make a comeback? Yi Xian nodded. Gu Tatian fell silent for a moment, then asked, Is there anyone in the Order Alliance who is titled as an emperor? Titled as an emperor? Yi Xian frowned. What do you mean? An expert above the Tao validation state? Gu Tatian shook his head. Above the Tao validation state is the Tao mastery state, and above that is the Tendo state. Is there anyone in the Order Alliance who is titled as an emperor? Yi Xian thought for a moment and shook his head. I don't think so. He guessed that the Star Lord and the others were at the Tendo state at most. Gu Tatian said in a deep voice, we don't even have one emperor. How can we fight against the God Nation? Yi Xian shook his head. Senior, let me take you away. Gu Tatian said softly. Young man, I have a presumptuous request. I wonder if you can fulfill it. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, please tell me, Senior. Gu Tatian nodded. I've been trapped here for 1,000 years. My body has been hung here, exposed to the sun, the rain, and the wind. I don't want to disappear from this world. Moreover, the God Nation is making a comeback. Who can stop them without me? So, my young friend, you must help me. Yi Xian lowered his head. Senior, I don't know how to resurrect. Gu Tatian said, Tendo. You don't need to resurrect. Just give me your body. A wisp of black light suddenly disappeared into Yi Xian's brow. Possession. Chapter 603. When Wu Taishan's soul entered Yi Xian's mind, he was going to destroy Yi Xian's soul completely and take over Yi Xian's body. In his opinion, although Yi Xian was a sword saint, his cultivation level was too low. There was no way that Yi Xian's soul could compete with his. However, when he entered Yi Xian's mind, an illusory Xiaota suddenly appeared in front of him. Wu Taishan's expression changed drastically when he saw the illusory Xiaota. Why do you have this tower? Possession. Yi Xian never thought that Wu Tatian would possess someone else's body. As a matter of fact, a true overlord would never possess someone else's body. Possessing someone else's body meant that one was useless. Moreover, Wu Taishan's soul was only a wisp. Even if the possession was successful, it would be useless. He would at most live a little longer. After all, a damaged soul could not be repaired. What Yi Xian didn't expect was that Wu Tatian didn't have the demeanor of a powerhouse at all. Inside Yi Xian's body, Wu Tatian was enveloped by the prison tower and could not move at all. Wu Tatian said in a deep voice, Who are you? Why do you have this tower? Yi Xian didn't waste any time. He opened his palm and the soul-suppressing sword appeared in his hand. The next second, the soul-suppressing sword sunk into Yi Xian's forehead. Inside the tower, the soul-suppressing sword floated above Wu Taishan's head and began to absorb his soul. Wu Tatian yelled, How dare you? He wanted to resist, but he was suppressed by the prison tower. There was no way he could resist. Wu Tatian was starting to panic. A moment later, Wu Tatian said in a deep voice, Mister, if you let me go, I can give you a lot of benefits. Xiao Hun suddenly said, Young master, if I absorb his soul, I can read his memories. Yi Xian said, Yes. Xiao Hun was overjoyed. Thank you, young master. The soul-suppressing sword began to vibrate violently. Soon Gu Taishan's soul became more and more illusory. Gu Tatian said fiercely, Do you want to fight to the death? At this time, the soul-suppressing sword suddenly fell straight down. Boom. In an instant, Gu Taishan's soul was absorbed without any resistance. Soul. The soul-suppressing sword had a natural suppressive effect on souls. And with the help of the prison pagoda, how could Gu Tatian resist it? At this time, Soul suddenly said excitedly, Young lord, this person's soul is very strong. I might be able to advance. Advancement? Yi Xian said right away. Raised to Dao realm? Little Soul said, It's possible. Yi Xian smiled and said, That's a good thing. Little Soul said, I want to digest this person's soul, so I can't serve master during this period. Yi Xian smiled. There's no hurry. Take your time to absorb it. Little Soul grunted and began to focus on absorbing Gu Taishan's soul. Yi Xian looked at Gu Taishan's corpse and shook his head. So even an expert of this level was afraid of death. But then again, the longer one lived, the more afraid one was of death. Without further ado, Yi Xian waved his right hand and put away Gu Taishan's corpse. Then he turned and ran. However, no one showed up. Yi Xian continued toward the divine nation. He didn't dare to use the sword kinesis flight or travel through space, so he only arrived at a castle after 6 hours. The castle was called the Tumu Castle. It was huge and looked like a crouching beast from a distance. The castle's gates were not closed and people often came and went. Yi Xian snuck into the castle. There weren't many people in the castle and most of them were soldiers. Moreover, these soldiers' auras were extremely strong, a sign that they were not weak. Yi Xian kept moving forward. Suddenly, a group of cavalrymen appeared at the end of the street in the distance. The cavalrymen galloped toward the gates, their leader shouting, "Close the gates! Close the gates?" Yi Xian frowned. He looked at the gates and saw that the gates had suddenly closed. Soon, a huge light screen enveloped the entire castle. Not only that, but a beam of light suddenly shot down from the sky and swept across the city. Yi Xian's face darkened when he saw this. Is it looking for me? The beam of light was about to hit him. Yi Xian didn't dare to let it hit him, and immediately retreated. However, the beam of light was sweeping across the entire area, and there was nowhere for him to retreat to. Seeing that there was nowhere to retreat, Yi Xian stopped and let the beam of light hit him. At this moment, he had no choice but to believe in the chaotic energy. Soon, the beam of light swept past him and nothing happened. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. However, the beam of light suddenly turned around and landed right where he was. Yi Xian's expression changed. Something's wrong. Suddenly, a dozen powerful auras surged toward him from all directions. Yi Xian didn't dare act carelessly, and he turned around and fled. At this moment, he didn't conceal himself any longer. He immediately utilized the spatial Dao laws and sword control technique. In practically an instant, he'd appeared outside the castle. However, the beam of light was still on him. Yi Xian was just about to flee again when a strand of saber energy tore through the sky. It was so swift that it instantly arrived in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't dare act carelessly and raised his sword. The saber energy was instantly slashed into pieces. Meanwhile, a woman suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian, and Yi Xian was stunned when he saw her. The woman was stunned as well. Yi Xian naturally knew her. It was that woman who'd chased him and Wuxia all the way to the Great Wall. However, she wasn't riding a horse this time. The woman sized Yi Xian up and said, "Why have you come to my divine kingdom?" Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "To play." The woman's brows knit together slightly. Shameless swordsman. You're definitely here to obtain military intelligence. Yi Xian shook his head. I'm not. The woman said. You are. I'll chop you to death today. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure suddenly vanished like a ghost. Hiss. A dazzling strand of saber energy flashed. It was fast. That was Yi Xian's first thought. This woman's saber technique was even faster than his flying sword. However, he wasn't afraid at all. Yi Xian raised his hand and swung his sword. Clang. A clear and melodious sound of something breaking resounded. And then the woman returned to where she stood earlier while the saber in her hand had been split into two. She glanced at her saber, and then she gazed at Yi Xian. Shameless swordsman, do you dare to put down that sword and fight me fairly? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, How about this? I won't use my sword, and you don't use your saber as well. We'll use our hands, all right? The woman thought for a moment and said, All right. As soon as she finished speaking, she put her broken saber away. Yi Xian put his sword away as well. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly charged forward. Her speed was too swift, so everywhere she passed, numerous seemingly material afterimages were left behind. As soon as she vanished, Yi Xian vanished as well. It didn't take long for them to grow closer to each other. When they were just 1.5 m away from each other, a saber had suddenly appeared in the woman's hand. At practically the exact same moment, a sword had appeared in Yi Xian's hand. Both of them attacked at the same time. Bang! An explosion suddenly resounded, and then both of them instantly retreated by 300 m. The woman glanced at the saber in her hand. At this moment, it had shattered into pieces as well. She gazed at Yi Xian, put her saber away and said, I'm serious this time. Yi Xian nodded. All right. As soon as she finished speaking, the woman suddenly appeared in front of him. Her speed was so fast that Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. In the next moment, countless blade auras directly drowned Yi Xian. Chi. Numerous sounds of slashing that caused one's scalp to go numb resounded incessantly. Every single slashing sound would cause Yi Xian to retreat explosively while the woman continued slashing madly, slashing after slash, and she didn't give Yi Xian the slightest chance to catch his breath. But gradually, flying swords appeared all around the woman. These flying swords appeared without warning, and with the appearance of these flying swords, the woman's attacks slowed down. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly charged forward and slashed down with his sword. How terrifying was the power of the executing heaven sword! Yi Xian's sword easily tore apart the space in front of him. On the other hand, the woman's expression changed slightly when she sensed Yi Xian's attack, and then she swiftly pressed her palms together. Eternal moment. As soon as she finished speaking, a ray of light suddenly shot out from the center of her palm. Bang! A world-shaking explosion suddenly resounded, and then both Yi Xian and the woman were pushed back repeatedly. Both of them moved over 1 kilometer back. As soon as Yi Xian stopped moving, his clothes had split apart, and blood sprayed from within them. There were no less than 30 marks on his body. Meanwhile, the woman's entire body was covered in a few dozen marks as well, and her clothes were dyed red with blood. Yi Xian had a rather solemn expression on his face. If he hadn't held the executing heaven sword just now, then he would have probably suffered a huge loss. This woman was so powerful. The woman gazed at Yi Xian. You would have died a long time ago if you didn't possess that sword. Yi Xian smiled. Is that so? As soon as he finished speaking, he put the executing heaven sword away. In the next moment, 2 flying swords suddenly appeared around the woman. The woman reacted extremely quickly, and she raised her saber and slashed. Bang! The 2 swords were instantly blasted flying. But right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of her, and he stabbed with his sword. This time, the sword in Yi Xian's hand was only an ordinary sword. The woman used 2 fingers to clamp down lightly on Yi Xian's sword. But right at this instant, Yi Xian suddenly released his grip and raised his knee. The woman's reaction was extremely swift, and she raised her knee as well at the instant Yi Xian raised his knee. Bang! Both of them moved apart as soon as they came into contact. But they'd only just moved apart when the 2 flying swords suddenly shot towards the woman. At the same time, Yi Xian suddenly vanished. Bang! Numerous explosions resounded incessantly. During this entire process, the woman was pushed back incessantly, and she moved almost 3 kilometers back in the end. Yi Xian stopped moving. At this moment, there were 3 scars on the woman's face. Blood seeped out incessantly. Yi Xian gazed at the woman and grinned. Am I strong? The woman wiped off the blood on her face and said, Shameless swordsman. You've succeeded in infuriating me. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly raised her head and roared furiously. The heavens are my saber. As soon as she finished speaking, a saber silently condensed into form in the sky. As soon as the saber appeared, a strand of monstrous pressure suddenly appeared in the sky, and this pressure locked onto Yi Xian. A moment later, the woman pointed furiously at Yi Xian. Chop him to death. Yi Xian was speechless. P.S. Today is the 1st, so everyone has a huge amount of free monthly tickets. Please get monthly tickets. Please get monthly tickets. To explain, the Divine Kingdom isn't related to the Divine Race at all. The Divine Race is a very young race, and the Divine Kingdom has only appeared recently. Please get monthly tickets. Chapter 604. As soon as the woman finished speaking, the saber above Yi Xian's head suddenly slashed down fiercely. Hiss! The saber seemed like it was going to split the sky in half, and it was extremely shocking. At this moment, Yi Xian's expression was rather solemn, because the might of this saber was extremely powerful. Yi Xian didn't use his sword. He opened his palm and clenched it lightly. In an instant, the space above his head started to strangely reorganize and shrink. The woman's saber suddenly slowed down, and it was getting slower and slower. By the time it arrived above Yi Xian's head, the saber had stopped. However, its power was still there because the space above Yi Xian's head was trembling violently. However, the saber gradually calmed down and disappeared. Nearby, the woman blinked in a daze. That's it. Yi Xian waved his hand. He looked calm on the surface, but his heart was extremely solemn. Even though he'd used the space Dao Law to erase the saber, the power contained within the saber was too great, so it wasn't easy for him. In the distance, the woman suddenly said, "How did you do that?" Yi Xian looked at the woman. "Girl, I didn't want to kill you because you're cute. Otherwise, you would have been dead a long time ago. Understand?" The woman's face was expressionless. "Shameless swordsman. You must have used some sort of treasure again." At this point she paused slightly and said, "Can I have a look?" Yi Xian was speechless. When she saw Yi Xian remain silent, the woman grunted coldly. "Swordsman, let me give you a piece of advice. Do you want to hear it?" Yi Xian said, "Tell me about it." The woman said seriously, "If you keep using external objects, you'll lose yourself. That's not good for your sword Dao cultivation. Why don't you give all those treasures to me? I'm not afraid of losing myself, really." Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Why is this woman so powerful? The woman asked again, "What do you think? I'm doing this for your own good." Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "I can give them to you, but I have a small request." The woman blinked. "There are even requirements." Yi Xian nodded. "It's just a small request. If you're willing to help me, I'll give you all the treasures." The woman thought for a moment and said, "What request? First of all, I will not betray the divine race." Yi Xian said seriously, "I don't want you to betray the divine race. My request is very simple. Look at me, I'm quite handsome, right?" The woman blinked. Yi Xian sighed softly. "Sigh, but you don't know that I'm still single. If anyone becomes my wife, won't all my treasures belong to her?" The woman wiped off the blood on the corner of her mouth and said, "My master said that when a man speaks flowery words to you, then it's most likely because he wants to sleep with you. You wouldn't be thinking of sleeping with me, right?" Yi Xian was speechless. The woman suddenly said, "Swordsman, come with me to see my master. As long as she agrees, I'll be your wife." Yi Xian was expressionless. "I'm going to see your master. Let me ask you, can I still live after seeing her?" After saying that, he turned around and left. This woman's tricks were really deep. Going to see her master? He was probably tired of living. The woman suddenly stood in front of Yi Xian. She clenched her fists in anger, but soon she loosened her fists like a deflated balloon. "Swordsman, you broke my saber. Can you pay me back?" Yi Xian said. "You want to kill me?" The woman spread her hands and was somewhat puzzled. "I want to kill you. What does that have to do with you compensating me with your saber?" Yi Xian's face darkened. "Please, you want to kill me, but you want me to compensate you with my saber? Why don't you go to heaven?" The woman looked at Yi Xian. "Will you compensate me or not?" Yi Xian shook his head. "No." The woman nodded slightly. She opened her palm, and a golden talisman suddenly soared into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. Yi Xian was a little curious. "What's that?" The woman said calmly, "Call for help, Yi Xian." At this moment, more than 10 powerful auras suddenly attacked from the distant sky. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's expression changed. He turned around and ran. At this moment, more than 10 people landed beside the woman. One of the men in the lead said in a deep voice, "Junior Sisters Wujing, who was that?" The woman named Wujing looked into the distance. "A swordsman from the west." The man frowned slightly. "Is he very strong?" Wujing nodded. The man said, "Chase him." Wujing shook her head. "Don't chase him." Everyone looked at Wujing. Wujing lowered her head slightly. "He stole my saber." Everyone. At the end of the distant sky, Yi Xian stopped. At this moment, the beam of light had also disappeared. Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground, his expression dark. He had snuck into the God Nation. How did the other party discover him? Did the God Nation discover him on its own, or did someone tip him off? If someone had tipped him off, who could it be? The Order Alliance. The first person that came to Yi Xian's mind was the Order Alliance. The Order Alliance wanted him dead the most. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian shook his head and stopped thinking about this question. Then he began to recuperate. Although he did not fight to the death with that woman, he had still expended a lot of energy, especially when he had activated the spatial Dao Law. This Dao Law was too terrifying. Every time he activated it, it consumed a lot of energy. Although it consumed a lot of energy, this Dao Law was still very powerful. 2 hours later, Yi Xian had more or less recovered. At this moment, Little Soul's voice suddenly sounded. "Young Lord, I am about to break through." Yi Xian was stunned and then hurriedly said, "You have reached the Dao realm?" Little Soul's voice was a little excited. "Yes." "Young Lord, when can we go kill Thiar Crown martial artists? If I absorb more of these martial artists, I will definitely be able to continue breaking through." Yi Xian's face darkened. "Calm down first. Kill Thiar Crown martial artists?" What was this Little Soul thinking? At this moment Little Soul said, "Young Lord, I might need 3 days. In these 3 days, I hope that Young Lord can use your sword intent to help me." Yi Xian asked, "Can the sword intent help you?" Little Soul said, "Of course. Young Lord's sword intent is special. Moreover, Young Lord and I are connected mentally. Young Lord will be of great help to me." Yi Xian smiled. "All right. I will go find a place. I will accompany you in breaking through." Little Soul said, "Thank you, Young Lord." Yi Xian smiled slightly. "What are you thanking me for?" With that he turned and disappeared on the spot. At the Great Wall. At this moment, there were many martial artists on the Great Wall. These martial artists had come from various desolate domains. These martial artists were excited. They were not the least bit afraid. This was because according to the Lawful Order Alliance and the other factions, God Nation was not that strong. After all, God Nation had once invaded but was stopped at God Burial Plains by Gu Tatian alone. Every time they thought of this, they became fearless. They even hoped that God Nation would attack sooner. War could kill, but it could also lead to riches. The rewards offered by the Lawful Order Alliance and the other factions were very tempting. Moreover, God Nation would definitely offer many benefits. How much would they gain if they conquered God Nation? But now there was still no movement from God Nation. Therefore, some martial artists on the Great Wall could not wait any longer. They wanted to fight. Counterattack. Many martial artists he suggested striking first to gain the upper hand and counterattack the Divine Kingdom. However, Perfected Master Chu and the others did not agree. Wait. They were waiting for Yi Xian. Waiting for Yi Xian to bring them information about God Nation's situation. However, within the Great Wall, more and more people sought to fight. Perfected Master Chu and the others did not suppress them by force because doing so would affect their morale and morale. On the contrary, it was a good thing that these people were so eager to fight. Because of this, there were countless people on the Great Wall shouting for a counterattack on the Divine Kingdom every day. Yi Xian found a secluded cave in a mountain range. He glanced at the surroundings and then entered the prison pagoda. To help Little Soul improve. If Little Soul could attain the Dao realm, then his combat strength would definitely improve greatly. After all, Little Soul's current abilities were extremely terrifying. Little Soul floated silently in front of Yi Xian. "Young Lord, I need a lot of sword intent." Yi Xian nodded. In the next moment, countless sword intents appeared, and then they surged towards Soul. It didn't take long for Little Soul to start absorbing Yi Xian's sword intent madly. Not far away, Xiaoling, sat beside the Emperor Hound. She leaned against it and occasionally took a bite of the fruit in her hand. Xiaoling, glanced at Yi Xian and Little Soul, then looked at the right corner. There a piece of armor was trembling. The Heavenly God armor. This armor had been in a terrible state recently because it had been chased by Xiaoling, every single day. Moreover, Xiaoling, had no intention of letting it go. After a while, Xiaoling patted her stomach. She was full. So, she stood up and charged towards the Heavenly God armor with her sword. The Heavenly God armor. God Nation. How big was God Nation? No one knew. All they knew was that the entire Eastern Wasteland world was God Nation's territory. The Divine Capital. The Divine Capital was the center of power in God Nation. It was also the most prosperous city in God Nation. There were a total of 18 divine veins in this city. The Divine Capital was not particularly big, but the entire city was filled with an ancient aura. In the center of the city, there was a statue of a woman that was hundreds of meters tall. The woman had her hands behind her back and looked at the starry sky coldly. This person was the creator of God Nation, Wu Anning. Rumor had it that there were hundreds of big and small countries in the Eastern Wasteland world. It was the most chaotic of the 4 wastelands. Not only that, there were many large and small sects and forces in the Eastern Wasteland world. It could be said that the Eastern Wasteland world was extremely complicated and chaotic. This situation continued until Wu Anning appeared. This legendary woman had once said, "I want the world to be at peace." Therefore, she unified the entire Eastern Wasteland world in less than 5 years. Not only that, God Nation was the only country in the chaotic universe where imperial power was greater than anything else. This was because in the God Nation, all sects and families had to follow the orders of the Divine Lord. No one dared to disobey an imperial edict. It was worth mentioning that the position of Divine Lord in God Nation was not hereditary. It was abdicated. The next God Lord of a divine kingdom was personally chosen by the previous God Lord. The chosen person had to be the best in terms of strength, talent, and intelligence. This was because if they were not outstanding enough, they would not be able to convince the public. It was precisely for this reason that every God Lord in the divine kingdom was a monster among monsters. In front of the divine palace, a little girl looked at Wu Anning's statue in the distance quietly. There was a sword at her waist. At this moment, an elder appeared behind the little girl. The elder bowed slightly. "Your Highness, the 8 kings and 26 saints have arrived." The little girl nodded slightly and turned to leave. Chapter 605. 3 days later, inside the World Prison Pagoda. Inside the pagoda, soul-suppressing sword was still frantically devouring Yi Xian's sword intent. And at this moment, Yi Xian's face was extremely pale, somewhat frightening. Because for the past 3 days he had been frantically giving sword intent to soul-suppressing sword every day, and this consumption was too great. At this moment, soul-suppressing sword suddenly trembled violently, and a powerful aura suddenly rippled out. Boom! Yi Xian was jolted back again and again, and when he stopped, he looked at soul-suppressing sword in front of him. At this time, an excited voice suddenly sounded in Yi Xian's mind. "Young master, I broke through." Yi Xian hurriedly said, "Dao Realm?" Little Soul said, "Yes." As it spoke, it floated in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian gripped the sword, and in an instant, a powerful force surged toward him like a tide. Yi Xian was startled. "Little Soul, this is?" Little Soul said, "Soul power." "Soul power?" Yi Xian asked, "Soul power?" Little Soul said, "Yes, this is soul power. In the future, young master can borrow my soul power at any time. This soul power can greatly strengthen young master's soul, and has many benefits for young master. For example, if young master uses this soul power when activating the flying sword, it can make the flying sword faster. In addition, the strength of the soul power can also let young master resist some soul attacks. Of course, the most important thing is that I have become more powerful." Yi Xian asked with a smile. "How powerful?" Little Soul said, "I can now easily kill Dao Realm powerhouses. Unless their souls are especially powerful, otherwise, I can easily separate their souls from their bodies. In addition, when young master uses me to fight in the future, I can also affect the enemy's soul. This is called soul snatching. In any case, it is very powerful." Yi Xian said with a smile. "Good thing." Little Soul said, "Many thanks for young master's nurturing." Yi Xian shook his head slightly. "Little guy, you are too polite. These past few years you have helped a lot. Moreover, there is no need for thanks between us." Soul fell silent for a moment, and then said, "All right." Yi Xian smiled and sat down to absorb the divinity crystal. Roughly 2 hours later, Yi Xian left the World Prison Pagoda and headed towards the Divine Nation. He was very curious about the Divine Nation, because the Divine Nation was too mysterious to them. Yi Xian snuck back to the castle again. After making some inquiries, he left the castle and headed for the Divine Nation's divine capital. God's capital was the center of power in the God Nation. This time he was not only going to see the strength of the God Nation, but he was also going to search for the Tao Law. After entering the border of the Divine Nation, Yi Xian found that the spirit qi in the divine nation was much more abundant than in the other deserted worlds. Moreover, there were many spirit veins between the mountains, and some of them were even celestial-grade spirit veins. In the other deserted worlds, the wild spirit veins had basically all been plundered. But here, there were so many wild spirit veins, and no one was fighting for them. Yi Xian was a little tempted, but he didn't do it. Because this was definitely not normal. There must be some strong cultivators guarding these spirit veins. And his main task now was to search for the Tao Law. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't have any ideas about the spirit veins. Just like that, 3 days later, Yi Xian finally arrived at the divine nation's divine capital. Yi Xian stood in front of the divine capital's gate. The divine capital before him wasn't as big as he had imagined. In fact, it was a little ancient. However, the entire city had a heavy aura. Precipitation. This city must have experienced the precipitation of countless years to have this kind of charm. Just as Yi Xian was about to sneak into the city, a woman suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian was speechless. From her appearance, the woman looked to be in her 20s. Her hair was tied into a ponytail, and she wore a very clean white robe. She held a folding fan in her hand, looking elegant yet heroic. The woman sized up Yi Xian and smiled. "Are you Yi Xian?" Yi Xian nodded with a calm expression. The woman smiled. "Hello, let's get to know each other. I'm Nangong Wan, a small strategist by His Majesty's side." Yi Xian thought about it and said, "Hello, I'm Yi Xian, the City Lord of Divine Martial City." Nangong Wan smiled. "There's no need to be on guard, City Lord Yi. Our divine nation is hospitable, and we won't do anything unfriendly to our guests. Of course, the prerequisite is that the guest is friendly as well." Yi Xian asked in a low voice, "How did you find me?" Nangong Wan smiled. "Many ways." Yi Xian sighed. It seemed like he had underestimated this divine nation. Meanwhile, Nangong Wan suddenly said, "City Lord Yi, I heard that you wanted to see the strength of our divine nation. So His Majesty sent me to receive you and show you around a few important places in our divine nation." Yi Xian thought about it and said, "You're so friendly. I'm a little panicked." Nangong Wan smiled. "City Lord Yi, you must be joking. City Lord Yi dared to come to our divine nation by yourself, and that's enough to show your courage. If you're willing, you can come with me to see some places in our divine nation. If you're unwilling, you can leave on your own, and we won't stop you." Yi Xian asked, "Why?" Nangong Wan blinked. "No reason." Yi Xian fell silent for a moment, and then he nodded. "Then I'll be troubling you, Miss Nangong." Nangong Wan smiled. Her smile was like a blooming flower, and it was very beautiful. Yi Xian said seriously, "Miss Nangong is really beautiful when you smile." Nangong Wan smiled. "Thank you for your praise, City Lord Yi. Please follow me." After she finished speaking, she gestured for him to follow, and then she walked towards the center of the city. Yi Xian followed her. On the street, Yi Xian noticed that there were cavalrymen passing by from time to time, and they all emanated a murderous aura, very strong. And when these cavalrymen passed by him and Nangong Wan, they would stop, and then they would slightly bow to Nangong Wan, and Nangong Wan would also return the bow. On the way, Yi Xian asked, "Miss Nangong's identity seems to be unusual." Nangong Wan smiled. "She's closer to His Majesty, you know." Yi Xian nodded, and then he asked, "Miss Nangong, are there many geniuses in the divine nation?" Nangong Wan nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian said, "I'd like to hear the details." Nangong Wan said, "In our divine nation, there is a list called the Divine Martial List. There are 10 people on the list, and these 10 people are the most powerful of our divine nation's younger generation." Yi Xian asked, "I remember that there is a girl with a saber. She's quite young. What's her ranking?" Nangong Wan looked at Yi Xian. "A girl with a saber?" Yi Xian nodded, and then he described the young woman on the horse that he'd fought earlier. After a short while, Nangong Wan smiled and said, "Young master, you should be talking about Sui Jing. She's from the saber sect, and she isn't on the divine martial list." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "She isn't on the divine martial list? Why?" Nan Gongwan said, because she wasn't able to defeat the person ranked 10th on the divine martial list. Yi Xian's expression instantly became solemn when he heard this. That woman actually isn't qualified to be on the divine martial list with her strength. Is the woman in front of me trying to scare me? As if she knew what Yi Xian was thinking, Nan Gongwan smiled and said, there is a fellow on the divine martial list in the city, and I'll bring young Master Yi to experience him later. Yi Xian nodded. All right. In next to no time, Nan Gongwan brought Yi Xian to an academy. The Oceanic Academy. Nan Gongwan and Yi Xian had just arrived before the academy's entrance when a middle-aged man came out to greet them. The middle-aged man bowed slightly to Nan Gongwan and said, so it's State Scholar Nan Gong. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you. Nan Gongwan returned the bow and said, Scholar Su, you're too kind. I've come this time to bring City Governor Yi to tour the Oceanic Academy. I wonder if it's convenient for your academy now? Scholar Su smiled and said, of course it's convenient. Please. Nan Gongwan looked at Yi Xian and said, City Governor Yi, please. As soon as she finished speaking, she led Yi Xian towards the academy. There was a Xiao Dao in front of them, and the Xiao Dao wound its way up a mountain. The three of them walked silently like this. All along the way, students that passed by would bow to Scholar Su and Nan Gongwan. On the way, Nan Gongwan suddenly asked, young Master Yi, is there an academy in your world? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, I don't think there is. Nan Gongwan looked at Yi Xian and said, do you only focus on cultivation over there? Yi Xian nodded and said, yes. Nan Gongwan shook her head and said, how can that be? If a person doesn't study and only focuses on cultivation, then even if he possesses formidable strength, he will still be mediocre in terms of spirit and thinking. Yi Xian smiled and said, Miss Nan Gong, you might have misunderstood. We don't have many academies over there, but it's not that we don't study. It's just that we don't pay as much attention to it as you do here. When he was in Qingcheng, he had also studied and learned to read when he was very young. Nan Gongwan nodded and said, if my divine nation goes to your world, we will definitely open more academies so that more people can not only cultivate but also study. Yi Xian smiled and said, Miss Nan Gong, you make the invasion sound so righteous? Nan Gongwan said, young Master Yi, your world is already lagging behind, and it's lagging behind a lot. It's not a bad thing for us to go there. Yi Xian said, many people will die. Nan Gongwan said, people will definitely die in war, but it will be a blessing for generations to come. Yi Xian looked at Nan Gongwan and said, you're not a fish, so how can you know the happiness of a fish? Perhaps peace is more important to your side. Nan Gongwan smiled and said, we've received news that many people on your side are preparing to take the initiative to attack my divine nation. Yi Xian frowned and said, take the initiative to attack? Nan Gongwan smiled and said, you see, you don't like peace. If the Order Alliance on your side was strong enough, I think they would have already brought their people to attack my divine nation. She shook her head and then said softly, the chaotic universe is very, very big. There are countless forces in the 4 desolate worlds, and these forces fight all year round. Do you know how many people die every year? If my divine nation unifies the chaotic universe, then everyone can live in peace and compete with each other. Isn't that better? Yi Xian said in a low voice, you are invading. Nan Gongwan smiled and said, but what if your side attacks first? Yi Xian fell silent for a moment and said, then kill them. Remember, you must kill the leader of the Order Alliance first. I've been unhappy with them for a long time. Nan Gongwan was speechless. Chapter 606. Yi Xian wasn't lying. There were 2 reasons why he came to the Great Wall. First, he had to come. If he didn't come, the Star Lord and the others would definitely target him in Shenwu City. Second, he knew the principle of when the nest is overturned, no eggs remain intact. If the Order Alliance, the Tang Clan, and the monster race were all destroyed, Shenwu City would definitely be destroyed. Under such circumstances, he decisively chose to resist the divine race. But if the Order Alliance and the others were greedy and wanted to attack the divine race, he would absolutely not allow it. He wouldn't let the people of Shenwu City be bullied, but he wouldn't take the initiative to invade others either. Yi Xian's words stunned Nangongwan. Obviously, she didn't expect Yi Xian to say that. After a while, Nangongwan chuckled. Young Master Yi, you're a little special. Yi Xian was about to speak, but at this moment, they heard someone reading aloud not far from them. Yi Xian and Nangongwan looked over. Not far away, there were 30 students reading aloud with scrolls in their hands. At this moment, Scholar Su suddenly said, State Scholar Nangong, this is City Lord Yi from the West. My students want to ask him some questions. Is it possible? Nangongwan smiled and said, Scholar Su, you have to ask City Lord Yi himself. Scholar Su looked at Yi Xian and said, I wonder if City Lord Yi can enlighten me? Yi Xian smiled and said, I don't dare to enlighten you. Just treat it as a discussion. Scholar Su nodded and looked not far away. There, a woman suddenly walked over. The woman was about 18 or 19 years old. She had delicate features and was very beautiful. She was wearing a long black dress and was holding a thick book in her arms. The woman came in front of Yi Xian and Nangongwan and bowed to Nangongwan. Greetings, State Scholar Nangong. Nangongwan smiled and said, No need to be so polite. The woman nodded and looked at Yi Xian and said, City Lord Yi, nice to meet you. I'm Feng Wenqing, Songhai Academy's chief scholar. Please enlighten me, State Scholar Yi. Yi Xian smiled and said, Just call me Yi Xian. Feng Wenqing nodded slightly. Young Master Yi, what do you think of the relationship between our divine kingdom and your side? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, Hostile. Feng Wenqing said, What young Master Yi sees is only hostility, but what I see is hope, your hope. There are 3 deserted worlds on your side. There are countless forces and billions of lives in these 3 deserted worlds. The environment they are living in right now can only be described as abyss of suffering. Yi Xian asked, Why? Feng Wenqing said, Although there are internal conflicts in our theocracy, there has never been a large-scale war. As for the commoners, as long as they were willing, they could study and cultivate. As for our God nation, we have an imperial examination system. As long as you have genuine talent, you can enter the imperial court and serve the country. At this point, she bowed slightly to Nangongwan and said, Nangong Kingdom Scholar was just a girl from an ordinary family, but through her own hard work, she became a kingdom scholar respected by countless people. Nangongwan smiled and said nothing. Feng Wenqing looked at Yi Xian and said, If our God nation enters your side, it will indeed harm the interests of some of the major forces on your side, but it can benefit billions of people. Not only this generation, but for generations to come. Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then he looked not far away and saw a student holding a birdcage. Yi Xian walked in front of the student and said with a smile, Can you lend it to me for a moment? The student glanced at Yi Xian and then handed the birdcage to Yi Xian. Lord Yi, this is my beloved thing. Please don't hurt it. Yi Xian smiled and said, I won't. After saying that, he turned to look at Feng Wenqing and said, Miss Feng, do you see this birdcage? In his opinion, he raised this bird and fed it with delicacies every day, so it must be very happy. But is that really the case? As he spoke, he opened the birdcage. In the next moment, the bird flew out and disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. The student next to Yi Xian's expression changed. He grabbed the bird with his right hand and directly pulled it back. He glared fiercely at Yi Xian, and then put the bird back into the birdcage. The bird kept jumping around in the birdcage. Yi Xian looked at Feng Wenqing and said, Miss Feng, do you see that? You think that you started the war for our good, but in my opinion, it's a bit like you want to be a whore and build a chastity memorial. Moreover, Miss Feng, war is often a kind of plunder. If you go there, can you guarantee that the forces on your side won't go crazy and plunder? Or even enslave the people there? If you really want to help them, why don't you communicate with us? As long as the people on our side understand your side, I believe that many people will definitely be willing to come over to your side. Why do you have to start a war? After saying that, he shook his head and smiled. In the end, war is cruel. No matter what the reason is, it's cruel. Feng Wenqing shook her head and said, Cruelty is only temporary. Yi Xian looked at Feng Wenqing and in the next moment, he suddenly drew his sword. The sword was very fast. Before Feng Wenqing could react, Yi Xian's sword was already at the center of her eyebrows. Everyone's expression changed, but Feng Wenqing's expression was calm and not a trace of fear. Yi Xian looked at Feng Wenqing and said, "Miss Feng, I think you're beautiful. Why don't you be my wife?" Feng Wenqing looked at Yi Xian and said, "Young Master Yi, what do you mean?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "You'll live a good life if you follow me. Even though you don't agree now and even feel disrespected, it's fine. I'll treat you well in the future. In any case, cruelty is only temporary." How could Feng Wenqing not understand Yi Xian's meaning? She fell silent. Yi Xian said, "Imposing one's will on another is a cruel and immoral thing." As he spoke, he sheathed his sword and said with a smile, "I, Yi Xian, have relied on the sword in my hand to arrive here from Pine City. I rarely reason with others, because in my opinion, 10 sentences of reasoning aren't as effective as a single sword strike in our world." After he finished speaking, he looked at Nangong Wan and said, "Miss Nangong, I've finished reasoning with you. Can you take me somewhere else?" Nangong Wan nodded slightly and said, "Young Master Yi, follow me." As soon as she finished speaking, the two of them intended to leave. However, right at this moment, a man stepped forward from afar, and he stood in front of Yi Xian and said, "I challenge you." Feng Wenqing frowned slightly and said, "Mo Lin, what are you doing?" The man called Mo Lin looked Yi Xian in the eye and said, "Do you dare?" Yi Xian asked, "What's the reason?" Mo Lin gazed at Yi Xian and said, "I don't like the sight of you." As soon as he finished speaking, one of his arms suddenly flew into the air. Blood sprayed. Everyone here was stunned. Scholar Su's face sank. Yi Xian's sword was too swift, and he wasn't able to stop it at all. Mo Lin's face was pale as he stared fixedly at Yi Xian without a trace of fear in his eyes. And he said, "Kill me if you can." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "Look at you. You say you don't like the sight of me, but on what basis? Because of that mouth of yours? After you noticed that you couldn't defeat me, you said that I would kill you if I could. Why do you dare to say that? Because you feel that you have the Ocean Academy behind you, and I'm in the Ocean Academy right now. So, you're fearless and feel that I would definitely not dare to kill you. Is that so?" Mo Lin stared fixedly at Yi Xian, and his gaze seemed capable of killing. Yi Xian chuckled and said, "Being angry yet not attacking is the sign of a powerless person. Since you don't like the sight of me, then hit me. Hurry up and hit me." Mo Lin's face was livid with rage. He'd wanted to attack Chen Shi on many occasions, but he didn't dare to, because he knew that Chen Shi could end his life with a single strike of his sword. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, "I don't like the sight of you as well." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and slapped Mo Lin. Slap. Mo Lin's figure was blasted flying, and he flew for over 300 m. Mo Lin crashed to the ground 300 m away, but he quickly stood up and glared angrily at Yi Xian. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? He was about to attack Mo Lin when Scholar Su suddenly said, "Take him away and expel him from the academy." Mo Lin was stunned when he heard this. In next to no time, 2 guards of the academy took Mo Lin away. Scholar Su gazed at Yi Xian and said, "I've embarrassed myself in front of City Governor Yi." Yi Xian smiled and said, "I was a bit impulsive just now. I hope Scholar Su can forgive me." Scholar Su shook his head and said, "Young man, suffering a loss isn't a bad thing. It would be a good thing if he can learn a lesson from this incident." Yi Xian smiled, and then he looked at Nangong Wan and said, "Miss Nangong, can I go take a look at your imperial palace?" Nangong Wan smiled and said, "It's the Divine Palace." Yi Xian nodded and said, "Can I go take a look?" Nangong Wan nodded and said, "You can. However, you can only see a portion of the outer area." Yi Xian nodded and said, "All right." Nangong Wan looked at Scholar Su and said, "Scholar Su, farewell." Scholar Su bowed slightly and said, "Take care, State Scholar Nangong." Nangong Wan nodded, and then she left with Yi Xian. On the way, Nangong Wan smiled and said, "Young Master Yi, do you know why Mo Lin doesn't like you?" Yi Xian smiled and said, He's interested in that Miss Fang. Nan Gongwan nodded and said, Young Master Yi pointed his sword at Miss Fang at the end. He should be angry. Yi Xian smiled and said, I don't have any bad intentions. Nan Gongwan smiled and said, I know. You only chopped off one of his hands. Yi Xian was speechless. After a while, Yi Xian and Nan Gongwan arrived at the Divine Palace. As soon as they entered the Divine Palace, they saw Wu Anning's statue. Looking at the statue, Yi Xian said softly, Is this the founder of your god nation? Nan Gongwan nodded and said, My god nation's first-generation divine master. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, Yi Xian suddenly looked to his right. There was a person there. When he saw that person, Yi Xian was shocked and said, How could it be you? You? P.S. Kidney damage. What kind of food is more nutritious? I'm asking on behalf of the readers. Chapter 607. He knew the newcomer. And it was an old friend. The State Preceptor Lu he had met in the Kingdom of Jiang. At this moment, State Preceptor Lu was still sitting in a wheelchair, his hair still white. State Preceptor Lu looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Young Master Yi, long time no see. Yi Xian said in a low voice. State Preceptor Lu Yu? State Preceptor Lu smiled. My name is Lu Yu, and I'm from the Kingdom of God. The Kingdom of God. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. What about Mo Yuan and Feng Lan? Lu Yu said, They're from the Confucian school. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. If you're from the Kingdom of God, why would you go to such a small place? Sheng Guanwan smiled. Miss Lu Yu and the others are only going to the small world to spread our Kingdom of God's culture. Young Master Yi might not know this, but your Qingzhou already has the Confucian school and the military school, which add up to 100 schools. And now, the Kingdom of Jiang and the Firmament World's Firmament Sword sect are developing so fast that it might be beyond young Master Ye's imagination. Unfortunately, you've been busy all these years. Otherwise, you'd be surprised if you went back. Yi Xian said in a low voice. Why are you doing this? What's your purpose? Lu Yu said softly. To spread our own culture. Yi Xian asked. Then why go to such a small place? Lu Yu smiled. Going to the great world would attract too much attention and cause a lot of trouble. Moreover, there are too many forces in the great world. It's difficult to spread one's own culture peacefully. Yi Xian was silent. Lu Yu said again, Young Master Yi, if you have time, you must return to the firmament world. Great changes have happened there. You'll be surprised. Yi Xian nodded. I will. Lu Yu smiled. I won't disturb young Master Yi today. With that, she turned and left. Yi Xian said softly, Besides the firmament world, you have people in other worlds, right? Sheng Guanwan nodded. Quite a few. Yi Xian shook his head with a smile. You have a lot of plans. Sheng Guanwan said softly. I agree with what young Master Yi said in Shanghai College. War is cruel, but young Master Yi. Does it mean that it's even crueler? We have a team of advisors who are always studying your side. Your side has been at war all year round, and the ultimate reason is that it's too scattered. All the forces, aristocratic families, as well as sects big and small, have their own way of doing things. On your side, there's no culture or spiritual belief, and you only believe in the strong. Yuz is Yi and Yi King Gods who is. Yes Yi King Yi Yu Temple? Kingdom Yu, King of Yi, Yi Yu Kin of Kingdom. Yi Xian said King. Wei Xian said. Guan Xian of. Not in any way derogatory, at least not from me. I sir, I precation, I lu precipin, I precoff, I Xian King, I Xian. There was Cheng Yi, I Shi, I Yi I prek King Xian I King Long prek He, one master Xian one prek, and prek, they were masters of 100 battles. Yi Xian had sensed this precipin from the Tang clan cavalry. Yi Xian knew that these precipin soldiers were not the Kingdom of God's most elite soldiers. The precipin soldiers came to Yi Xian and Sheng Guanwan. They bowed to Sheng Guanwan and left. Yi Xian glanced at Sheng Guanwan. Miss Sheng Guan is highly respected by the Kingdom of God. Sheng Guanwan said with a smile. The Kingdom of God respects not only the strong, but also the learned. The Kingdom of God is divided into two factions, the civil and the martial. Even though the divine image of the kingdom of God cultivates, it's only to strengthen his body. I'm afraid he can't even defeat a soldier. But he's highly respected in the kingdom of God. Even the Master God has to address him as teacher. She made an inviting gesture. Young Master Yi, let's meet the commander of the kingdom of God's Imperial Guard. He's ranked 10th on the divine martial list. Yi Xian nodded and continued to move forward with Shang Guanwan. Soon after, at Shang Guanwan's place, under Shang Guanwan's lead, the two of them arrived at a training field. There were hundreds of soldiers on the training field, and they were currently training. And in front of these hundreds of soldiers stood a young man. The young man was dressed in plain clothes. He stood ramrod straight, and held a long spear in his hand. When he saw Yi Xian and Shang Guanwan, the young man walked straight over and bowed slightly to Shang Guanwan. Greetings, Kingdom Scholar Shang Guan. Shang Guanwan smiled. Ling Yi, would you like to have a spar with our city lord Yi? Ling Yi looked at Yi Xian. Please enlighten me. A moment later, the two of them appeared on a sparring platform in the training field. There were hundreds of soldiers standing around them. Ling Yi looked at Yi Xian and made an inviting gesture. Yi Xian looked up at Ling Yi. The next moment, a flying sword appeared in front of Ling Yi without any warning. Ling Yi was expressionless. He raised his hand and shot. Clang. The flying sword was instantly sent flying. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of Ling Yi. Almost at the same time, Ling Yi stabbed with his spear. Boom. Yi Xian was forced to a stop, but Ling Yi was also forced to retreat several steps. The moment he stopped, a flying sword suddenly slashed at him. Ling Yi held his spear horizontally. Clang. An ear-piercing sound of metal clashing rang out. Ling Yi retreated several meters, but in the next moment, his body spun, and the spear in his hand pierced forward. Chi. The spear stabbed out, and the space was directly torn apart. Boom. Yi Xian was instantly forced to retreat, but the next moment, several flying swords slashed at Ling Yi from different angles. Ling Yi's expression did not change, and he swung his spear swiftly. Boom 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 boom. All the flying swords were blocked by Ling Yi's spear. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Ling Yi. At the same time, he drew his sword and slashed. It was only a creation-grade sword, which was at the same level as Ling Yi's spear. Since it was a spar, he naturally would not use heavenly punishment. Drawing his sword would determine life and death. As the sword slashed down, a powerful sword aura instantly enveloped Ling Yi. When he sensed the power in Yi Xian's sword, Ling Yi's calm expression finally changed. He stomped his right foot, and a powerful force suddenly appeared around his body. The next moment he thrust his spear forward. It was a thrust. It was a simple movement, but it carried a tremendous force. It was a clash of pure strength. Boom. The moment the two swords and spears collided, they separated and retreated rapidly. However, very quickly, the two of them stopped at the same time. At this moment, Ling Yi suddenly leaped into the air. In the air, Ling Yi's expression was slightly malevolent, and the spear in his hand suddenly shot towards Yi Xian. The spear pierced through the air, as though it wanted to pierce through heaven and earth. Yi Xian lightly tapped his right foot, and his entire body rose from the ground. Almost at the same time, a sword light slashed against the spear. Boom. The surrounding space trembled violently, and in the next moment, under the astonished gazes of everyone, countless flying swords slashed towards Ling Yi. The sky was filled with flying swords. In the air, Ling Yi retreated again and again. In front of him, Yi Xian frantically drew his sword and slashed repeatedly. In addition to the flying swords in the surroundings, it was difficult for Ling Yi to deal with them. This was because Yi Xian's flying swords were too fast. They were so fast that he didn't dare to be distracted. In addition, Yi Xian was fiercely attacking in front of him, so he could only passively defend. He wanted to attack a few times, but he was interrupted by Yi Xian's flying swords. Just like that, when Ling Yi retreated several hundred meters away, Yi Xian suddenly stopped. At this moment, there were more than 10 sword marks around Ling Yi's body. Yi Xian sheathed his sword and said, "Thank you for letting me win." Ling Yi looked at Yi Xian and said, "I've lost." As soon as he said this, the expressions of the soldiers in the field changed. This Ling Yi was a genius on the divine martial role. He had actually lost? At this moment, a laughter suddenly sounded from the side. Commander Ling, you're wrong. Everyone looked over and saw a young man wearing a black robe with dragon patterns. Yi Xian looked at the youth. Beside him, Nan Gongwan said, Shang Qiu, the commander of the Featherwood Guard. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Shang Qiu first bowed slightly at Nan Gongwan, then looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, City Lord Yi, the battle just now was a little unfair. Yi Xian laughed and said, How is it unfair? Shang Qiu smiled and said, Commander Ling is the commander of the Imperial Guards. What he cultivates is how to kill people. This regular martial arts competition has too many restrictions on him. City Lord Yi, haven't you noticed that Commander Ling has always been merciful? At this point he smiled. City Lord Yi, he's afraid of killing you. Not far away, Ling Yi frowned. Shang Qiu, I've lost. I can afford to lose. Shang Qiu looked at Ling Yi. You are now representing my god nation. You have to think this through. Ling Yi was silent. Shang Qiu looked at Yi Xian. City Lord Yi, let's have a rematch without any restrictions. It's the kind that puts your life on the line. Do you want to play? Yi Xian was a little hesitant. Shang Qiu smiled and said, If City Lord Yi is afraid, it's fine. Yi Xian gritted his teeth. It's not impossible to have a rematch, but I have a request. I want to place a bet. Shang Qiu raised his eyebrows. What bet? Yi Xian looked at Shang Qiu. If you lose, you have to give me a Dao Realm treasure. Dao Realm treasure? Shang Qiu's face darkened when he heard this. This thing was very precious even in the Divine Kingdom. Seeing Shang Qiu's silence, Yi Xian's expression immediately relaxed, and he even smiled. No. If not, then there's no need to compete. Shang Qiu looked at Yi Xian, who said there isn't. As he said this, he opened his palm, and a small golden person suddenly appeared in his palm. Yi Xian was a little curious. What is this? Nan Gongwan smiled and said, A golden man, a Dao Realm golden man created by the Mo family. When activated, this golden man is comparable to a pinnacle Dao mastery expert. If there is enough spiritual qi, it can even contend against a Tendo expert. Moreover, it is made of special materials, and even a Tendo expert cannot destroy it in a short time. It's very useful for protecting one's life in a fight. Also, it's very precious. Yi Xian nodded slightly. He had some golden men in the past, but they were very weak now. This one in front of him should be an upgraded version. At this moment, Shang Qiu suddenly said, What if you lose? Yi Xian said in a low voice, If I lose, I will leave my life here, and all my treasures will be yours. Shang Qiu looked at Yi Xian. Remember what you said. Yi Xian nodded. Under normal circumstances, I still keep my word. Shang Qiu said indifferently, Then let's begin. Yi Xian said, Give the treasures to Nangong Guosher. Shang Qiu glanced at Yi Xian, then gave the little golden man to Nangongwan. Yi Xian looked at Ling Yi, and the latter bowed slightly. This battle concerns the honor of our god nation, so I will not hold back. You must also do your best. Yi Xian nodded. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his right palm, and a sword appeared in it. Soul-suppressing sword. A Dao Realm sword. When they saw this sword, Ling Yi and Shang Qiu's expressions changed. At this moment, Yi Xian opened his left hand, and the executing heaven sword appeared in his hand. When he saw the executing heaven sword, Shang Qiu's expression changed. A sword that surpasses the Dao Realm. Ling Yi's expression became extremely ugly. At this moment, Yi Xian carried the two swords and walked towards Ling Yi. Brother Ling, don't hold back. If I use these two swords, your spear might not be able to withstand it. If you really can't, go borrow a few more spears. Ling Yi. Chapter 608. The atmosphere in the surroundings suddenly became slightly silent. A Dao Realm sword, a sword that surpassed the Dao Realm. Moreover, it was in the hands of a sword saint. How could he fight? Ling Ye's face was filled with bitterness. If Yi Xian fought him fairly, he would still be confident. However, when he saw the two swords, he completely despaired. Even if he took out a Dao Realm spear, he wouldn't be able to withstand the sword that surpassed the Dao Realm. A sword that surpassed the Dao Realm. In the hands of Yi Xian, the increase in battle strength wasn't just a little bit. Yi Xian looked at Ling Yi. "Brother Ling, make your move." Ling Yi looked at Yi Xian. In the next moment he suddenly dashed forward, and the spear in his hand rushed out like a raging dragon. Bang! As this spear shot out, the surrounding space shook violently. Yi Xian slashed down with the sword in his left hand. Chi! The sword slashed down, and Ling Yi's spear was directly split into two. Ling Yi, who was about to continue his attack, stopped. Looking at the broken spear in front of him, Ling Yi fell silent. Yi Xian said, "Brother Ling Yi, do you still want to fight?" Ling Yi shook his head. "I can't defeat you." His tone was calm, but it carried a trace of anger. This was clearly bullying. Yi Xian looked at Shang Qiu, who was not far away. The latter was about to speak, but Yi Xian suddenly smiled. "You wouldn't say that I'm unfair to Brother Ling Yi with these two swords, right?" Shang Qiu said in a deep voice. "This is unfair." Yi Xian laughed. "Unfair? Who fought to the death just now? Who didn't have any restrictions? Didn't you say so?" Shang Qiu's expression was quite unsightly. Yi Xian smiled coldly. "So this is a genius of God Nation. I, Yi Xian, don't want this Dao Realm treasure anymore." As he spoke, he looked at Nangong Wan. "Miss Nangong, farewell." After that, he turned around and left. At this time, Nangong Wan suddenly appeared beside Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, don't you want this treasure?" Yi Xian said indifferently. "I don't dare. God Nation's geniuses are so shameless. This has truly refreshed my understanding of shamelessness. I don't want this. I don't want it even if you give it to me." With that, he quickened his pace. Nangong Wan turned around to glance at Shang Qiu. The latter's expression was rather unsightly, and he hesitated for a moment before he said, "Young Master Yi, wait a moment." However, Yi Xian did not stop. Shang Qiu's expression changed. Finally, he suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, my words were inappropriate. You win. That treasure is yours." Yi Xian said indifferently. "Commander Shang, you seem to be slightly disgruntled." Shang Qiu said indifferently. "What else does young Master Yi want?" Yi Xian glanced at the golden figure and said, "Why don't we make another bet?" Shang Qiu gazed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said, "Let's have another competition. I won't use these two swords. How about it?" Shang Qiu's eyes narrowed slightly. "Really?" Yi Xian nodded. "Really? If you win, I'll return this little golden man to you. However, if you lose, you'll have to give me another little golden man, or a Dao Realm treasure. Do you dare to bet?" Shang Qiu stared fixedly at Yi Xian. "You really won't use these two swords?" Yi Xian nodded. "I absolutely won't. I swear to the heavens." Shang Qiu remained silent for a moment, and then he gazed at Ling Yi. The latter hesitated for a moment before he opened his right hand, and a golden figure appeared there. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched when he witnessed this scene. "Ling Yi has won as well." Shang Qiu gazed at Yi Xian. "I'll add one more. If you lose, then you have to compensate Brother Ling Yi with a Creation Realm spear." Yi Xian nodded. "All right. Which one of you will go first?" Ling Yi was about to speak when Shang Qiu spoke abruptly. "I'll do it. I just happen to want to witness young Master Yi's true strength." As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his palm, and a black iron rod silently appeared there. The iron rod was completely pitch black, and it emanated a ghastly aura. The Dao Realm. Yi Xian fell silent. He hadn't expected that Shang Qiu would actually possess a Dao Realm treasure. Could it be that Dao Realm treasures are like cabbages in the Divine Kingdom? Meanwhile, Shang Qiu waved the iron rod in his hand and smiled. "City Governor Yi, prepare a few more swords. Because I'm afraid your swords won't be able to withstand my iron rod." Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. "You don't allow me to use Dao Realm swords, yet you use them yourself. Aren't you a little too shameless?" Shang Qiu spoke indifferently. "Shameless? Didn't I learn that from you, young Master Yi? Let's fight." As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped forward. In the next moment, countless iron rod images covered the heavens and the earth as they enveloped Yi Xian. Right at this moment, the ground beneath Yi Xian's feet started to tremble violently. In the next moment, the energy of the earth surged towards Yi Xian like tidewater. Nan Gongwan's beautiful brows knit together slightly when she witnessed this scene. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly charged forward. He didn't utilize his sword, and he smashed his fist forward instead. Bang! The countless afterimages instantly vanished, whereas Shangqiu was blasted over 1 kilometer away. At this moment, the entire practice grounds had been overturned, and it was in a mess. He'd lost with a single punch. The energy of the earth. Yi Xian closed his eyes slowly, and he slowly relaxed his right hand. In next to no time, the energy of the earth returned to the ground. The energy of the earth was one of his trump cards. Especially now, he could instantly mobilize the energy of the earth and the earth veins in an area of almost 5,000 kilometers. If he was given some time, he could even gather the energy of the earth and the earth veins in an area of 50,000 kilometers. After he gathered so much energy of the earth and the earth veins, his strength would absolutely far exceed the Dao validation realm. It should be said that even a Dao mastery realm expert wouldn't be able to resist him, and only experts at the level of the Starlord and the others would be able to resist his grand Dao law. Yi Xian looked towards the distance. At this moment, Shangqiu had already fallen on the earth veins. He was just about to stand up when Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of him. Shangqiu's expression changed. Yi Xian didn't kill him, and Yi Xian had seized the black iron rod in Shangqiu's hand. Shangqiu's expression changed. He'd just spoken when a sword was suddenly pressed against his neck. Yi Xian looked at Shangqiu. You've lost. According to the agreement, we had a life and death duel just now. In other words, I can kill you. However, I, Yi Xian, am not a ruthless person. I can spare your life, but the battle with you just now took a huge toll on me. I want 5 million divine crystals as compensation. You don't have any objections, do you? Shangqiu stared at Yi Xian. Are you blackmailing me? Yi Xian nodded. It seems like you're not going to compensate me for my losses. As soon as he finished speaking, his sword slashed down. Chi. One of Shangqiu's arms flew off, and blood spurted out like a fountain. However, Shangqiu didn't even bat an eyelid. He just stared at Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't waste any words, nor did he hesitate. He slashed his sword at Shangqiu's head. At this moment, a spear suddenly pierced through the air. Clang! Yi Xian's sword was blocked by Ling Ye's spear. Meanwhile, the soldiers in the surroundings suddenly encircled them. Yi Xian glanced at them and grinned. Can't accept defeat? Right at this moment, Nan Gongwan spoke abruptly. Give 5 million divine crystals to young Master Yi. Shangqiu's expression was slightly unsightly. He was just about to speak when Nan Gongwan glanced at him. Her gaze was very calm, but Shangqiu's heart trembled. He didn't dare speak another word, and he immediately turned around and left. Nan Gongwan waved her right hand lightly, and it didn't take long for the soldiers in the surroundings to leave. Nan Gongwan walked over to Yi Xian, and then she returned the 2 golden figures to Yi Xian. After that she said, Young Master Yi, my divine kingdom is willing to bet, and I concede defeat. These are yours. Yi Xian didn't refuse, and he immediately put the 2 golden figures away. After that he said, Thank you, Miss Nangong. Nan Gongwan shook her head. You deserve it. Yi Xian was just about to speak when Shangqiu walked over, and then he tapped with his left hand, causing a spatial ring to fly over to Yi Xian. There were exactly 5 million divine crystals within the spatial ring. Yi Xian put the 5 million divine crystals away, and then he gazed at Nan Gongwan. Miss Nangong, I've disturbed you for so long. It's time for me to leave. Nan Gongwan said. Young Master Yi is leaving just like that? Yi Xian nodded. Nan Gongwan nodded lightly. Young Master Yi, I want to take you to see my Divine Kingdom's army before I leave. Do you want to come with me? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, All right. Nan Gongwan said, Come with me. She turned around and left once she finished speaking. Yi Xian hurriedly followed after her. Meanwhile, Nan Gongwan suddenly stopped moving, and she glanced at Shang Qiu who stood nearby. On many occasions failure isn't terrifying. What's terrifying is giving up after failure. Don't think that young Master Yi is playing dirty with all of you. A true man is courageous after knowing shame. She turned around and left once she finished speaking. Shang Qiu hurriedly bowed to Nangongwan. Thank you, State Scholar Nangong. On the road not far away, Nangongwan said softly, I've underestimated young Master Yi. Yi Xian smiled. Miss Nangong is the one who's truly unfathomable. Up until now he still couldn't sense Nangongwan's realm. Ayu definitely knew, but he didn't dare disturb this fellow who was sleeping. This Ayu's temper was too violent. It was best to keep a low profile before he could defeat him. Nangongwan smiled. Young Master Yi, are you interested in joining our Divine Kingdom? Join Divine Kingdom. Yi Xian shook his head. I'm not interested for now. He still couldn't figure out Divine Kingdom's true intentions. Join Divine Kingdom? He didn't dare, and he didn't want to. He just wanted Divine Martial City to be like before, where no one dared to bully him. But joining Divine Kingdom meant that he would have to lead the sword sects Wu Yuan to submit to Divine Kingdom. He definitely wouldn't do that. Nangongwan nodded and didn't say anything else. Soon the two of them arrived at the peak of a mountain. Yi Xian looked down and saw 10,000 soldiers sitting cross-legged on the ground, cultivating. At this time, Nangongwan suddenly said, Brothers of the Ninth Corps, greet City Lord Yi. The soldiers below suddenly raised their heads. In the next moment, all of them stood up and roared in unison. Greetings, City Lord Yi. Their voices were like thunder, shaking the sky and the mountains. At the same time, a powerful momentum suddenly soared up from below. This momentum instantly arrived in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian waved his right hand, and a sword momentum surged out. However, the moment the sword momentum appeared, it instantly collapsed. Bang! Yi Xian retreated violently in an instant. This time he retreated as far as 10,000 feet. At this time, the 10,000 soldiers suddenly raised their spears and roared in unison. Kill! Bang! Countless fighting intents suddenly soared into the sky. In the end, they formed a giant blade that was thousands of feet long in the air. As the giant blade showed up, a strong killing intent shrouded Yi Xian, who was not far away. Being enveloped by the killing intent, Yi Xian's expression instantly became ferocious. In the next moment, the blood in his body started to tremble. P.S. It's a true story. 2 years ago, I borrowed a sum of money, and he still hasn't returned it to me. When I borrowed it, he said that he would return it next month. He didn't say a word next month. Not only that, he dragged it on for 2 years. Now that I urgently need money, I took the initiative to ask him for it, but he kept dragging it on. When you were in trouble, I helped you out. Now that I'm in trouble, you play tricks with me. As the saying goes, the one who owes money is the master. No, this is not the master, it's the ancestor. Now, because I asked him to return the money, our relationship as relatives has deteriorated. Let me give everyone a piece of advice. If you can avoid borrowing money, don't borrow money. Sometimes it's really frustrating, especially when you ask the other party to return the money. Lending money to you is for you to turn over a new leaf, not for you to turn against them. Cherish those who are willing to lend money to you, because they trust you. Don't let them down. Is there any reader who has a similar experience as me? Chapter 609. Gradually, a red glow appeared around Yi Xian. At the same time, a murderous intent slowly spread out from his body. Nangongwan looked at Yi Xian calmly. At this moment, the giant blade in the air suddenly slashed towards Yi Xian in the distance. Yi Xian's expression turned sinister. In the next moment, he held the all-heaven sword with both hands and slashed down. Chi! With a slash of the sword, the giant blade was instantly shattered. It was so easy that all the soldiers below were stunned. Yi Xian closed his eyes and held the executing heaven sword tightly in his right hand. Suppress! At this moment, he was actively suppressing the bloodline in his body. He didn't want to be controlled by this bloodline. Nangongwan looked at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, our god nation has 9 such legions. Above them, there are 3 paladin legions. There aren't many of them, and each of them has only 1,000 people. However, they are all peak creation realm experts, and each of them has the strength to fight against Tao realm experts. Above the Paladin legions, there are His Majesty's personal guards. There are only 1,000 people, but they are all Tao realm experts. Above them are the Divine Martial Army and the Dark Guards. I don't know how strong these people are. Apart from them, our God Nation has 36 sections. These 36 sects have their own Tao soldiers. There are also some ancient families with their own elites. I don't know how strong these elites are. Speaking of this, she smiled and said, "These are not our God Nation's strongest troops. Our God Nation's strongest troops are the God Nation's guardians. Their numbers are unknown, and their strength is unknown. However, I can tell young Master Yi that with your current strength, you are not qualified to join the God Nation's guardians. Young Master Yi, what are you going to use to fight us? Especially you. If you don't surrender now, it will be different when our God Nation's sword hangs over Divine Martial City in the future." As Nangongwan's voice fell, 10 men in black suddenly appeared around Yi Xian. Yi Xian forcefully suppressed the killing intent in his mind and said softly, "We were just talking nicely. Why do you want to make a move?" Nangongwan smiled and said, "Young Master Yi, I hope you don't get angry. Your talent is not bad, but there are many people in Scandinavia who are more outstanding than you. Therefore you can leave. However, we want the pagoda in your body." Yi Xian looked at Nangongwan. "What if I don't give it to you?" Nangongwan made an inviting gesture. "Then let's invite young Master Yi to begin your performance. I'll watch." Yi Xian suddenly disappeared. A wisp of blood-red sword energy suddenly pierced through Nangongwan's forehead. However, Yi Xian's face sank. Because the sword had only pierced through an afterimage, Nangongwan was already 1,000 feet away, and she still had a faint smile on her face. Yi Xian didn't waste any time. A spatial stone suddenly appeared in his palm and he vanished into thin air. Nangongwan's eyes narrowed slightly. Spatial teleportation stone. As she spoke, she raised her head and looked towards the sky. Space seal. As soon as she finished speaking, the space in the distant horizon started to tremble violently, and it didn't take long for strands of mysterious energy to appear incessantly in that space. Yi Xian suddenly noticed that the space in front of him was actually covered in layers of obstructions. His expression instantly changed, and then he hurriedly circulated the spatial Tao laws. In next to no time, countless strands of spatial energy appeared in the surroundings, and then the mysterious energy was directly shattered by this spatial energy. Space loosened, and Yi Xian relied on the spatial Tao laws to directly teleport through space. In the blink of an eye, he'd arrived at God Burial Plains. A certain space in the sky above God Burial Plains suddenly split open, and then Yi Xian flew out from within it. In the next moment he shot straight towards the Great Wall. Right at this moment, an enormous hand suddenly appeared in the sky behind him. In the next moment, the enormous hand carried a destructive force as it smashed down towards him. The powerful force caused the space in the surroundings to start cracking apart. The enormous hand descended extremely quickly, and it arrived above Yi Xian in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian turned around. He drew his sword and slashed. All Heaven's sword. The enormous hand was instantly slashed apart as soon as his sword descended, but Yi Xian himself was instantly blasted over 10 kilometers away. Yi Xian had just descended to the ground when his figure shook, and he was within the Great Wall when his figure appeared once more. As soon as Yi Xian turned around, the distant sky had returned to normal. Meanwhile, some experts appeared by Yi Xian's side, and all of them were experts from the various desolate worlds. Blood flowed from the corners of Yi Xian's mouth. At this moment, all his internal organs had been blasted apart. Isn't that Yi Xian? What happened to him? It looks like he was beaten up by the members of the Divine Nation. Isn't he very strong? How did he get beaten up like this as soon as he arrived in the Divine Nation? Yi Xian paid no attention to them. He just sat cross-legged on the ground and started to devour divine crystals and spirit fruits. About half an hour later, Yi Xian's injuries were mostly healed. He stood up and walked toward the sky-trampling hall. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the sky-trampling hall, where the Astral Lord and the others were already present. Apart from the Astral Lord and the others, there were two others, Commander Chu and a middle-aged man in armor. Everyone was looking at Yi Xian. Yi Xian waved his right hand and Gu Taishan's corpse appeared in front of the Astral Lord. Seeing Gu Taishan's corpse, the Astral Lord's expression changed slightly. He glanced at Yi Xian and quickly put away Gu Taishan's corpse. At this time, Perfected Master Chu said, "Little friend Yi, did you find out anything about the divine nation?" Yi Xian nodded. "A little." Perfected Master Chu said, "How strong are they?" Yi Xian said in a low voice, much stronger than we imagined." As he spoke, he told them about the army that Nangongwan had told him about. After listening to Yi Xian, the hall suddenly fell silent. If it was really as Yi Xian said, then the divine nation's strength was extraordinary. Meanwhile, the armored man suddenly said, "City Governor Yi, how did you find out about something as confidential as the divine nation?" Everyone looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "Do you think I'm lying to you?" The armored man shook his head. "I'm just thinking. How did young Master Yi know about something as confidential as the divine nation in such detail?" Yi Xian said, "I naturally have my ways." He naturally wouldn't say that Nangongwan told him because if he did, these people would definitely think that he was colluding with the divine nation. The armored man smiled. "City Governor Yi, the divine nation might be very strong, but it's definitely not as strong as you say." Yi Xian looked at the armored man. "You are." The armored man smiled. "Li Qian, one of the deputy commanders of the divine army." Yi Xian said, "If Commander Li doesn't believe me, you can send someone else to the divine nation to investigate." Li Qian looked at Yi Xian. "City Governor Yi, you better explain how you know so much about the divine nation's secrets." Yi Xian smiled. "Commander Li, I really won't say." "Bite me?" Li Qian's eyes narrowed slightly, and a powerful aura suddenly crushed towards Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly charged forward and slashed down with his sword. Hiss! That aura was instantly slashed apart. Li Qian suddenly stabbed forward with his spear. Hiss! Li Qian's spear was directly slashed apart by Yi Xian's sword. At this moment, a powerful force suddenly pushed Yi Xian and Li Qian back. Both of them returned to their original positions at the same time. The one who attacked was Perfected Chu. Perfected Chu looked at the two of them. Now is not the time for internal strife. Then he looked at Yi Xian. "Little friend Yi, how did you know about the divine nation's secrets?" "Did you know about the divine nation's secrets?" Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then said, "A kingdom knight told me." Perfected Chu asked, "The divine nation didn't capture you? They even told you?" Yi Xian nodded. Seeing Yi Xian nod, Li Qian immediately sneered. The expressions of everyone present also became strange. Yi Xian shook his head. It was not easy to tell the truth, but no one believed him. What kind of world was this? Beside him, Tang Yan said solemnly, "Little friend Yi, can you tell us why they not only didn't capture you, but also told you so many secrets?" Yi Xian spread his hands. "It seems that everyone doesn't believe me." Tang Yan shook his head. "It's not that we don't believe you, but this is really strange." At this moment, Chu Kuang suddenly said, "This must be a conspiracy by the divine nation." Everyone looked at Chu Kuang. Chu Kuang said solemnly, "If they're really that strong, why haven't they made a move? There's only one explanation. They're not as strong as we expected. In fact, they're weak. Moreover, they told City Lord Yi these things to scare us and affect our morale, so that we won't dare to attack them." Li Qian nodded slightly. "That makes sense. If they're really as strong as some people say, they would have already sent an army to attack us. But now there's no movement at all. There's only one explanation, and that's that they're using our power to intimidate us." At this point, he glanced at Yi Xian and said, "And the reason they let City Lord Yi come back is probably to use him to affect our morale. I suggest that we organize an attack and take the initiative to attack the divine nation." "Take the initiative to attack the divine nation." Yi Xian was silent. Beside him, the southern faction martial master shook his head. "Taking the initiative to attack is too risky." Li Qian said, "Senior martial master, We must fight. The southern faction martial master asked, Why? Li Qian said solemnly, Because there are too many powerhouses from all over the wasteland world who want to fight. These people all want to kill their way into the divine nation. If we continue to suppress them, it may cause the opposite effect and wear down their morale and fighting spirit. The southern faction martial master frowned slightly. They want to fight so badly? This is because... At this point he paused and then said, Greed. Greed. What was the purpose of these powerhouses from all over the wasteland world? To protect the three wastelands? Not exactly. Their main purpose was to enter the divine nation. A brand new nation meant unlimited wealth. Many people were thirsting for it. At this moment, Li Qian, who was at the side, suddenly looked at Yi Xian. The divine nation not only told Lord Yi so many so-called secrets, but also let Lord Yi come back. For the sake of safety, I suggest that from now on, Lord Yi, until we return in triumph, you are not allowed to take even half a step out of the sky-stepping palace. Yi Xian was still silent. At this time, the astral master suddenly said, The divine nation even let go of ancient astral lord's corpse. Obviously, they are not as strong as we thought. Let's launch an attack. As the saying goes, the first to strike has the upper hand. If they don't do it, then we will. As he said this, he glanced at Yi Xian. To avoid unnecessary trouble, City Lord Yi should temporarily stay in the heaven-stepping hall for this period of time. At this time, Spiritual Master Chu looked at Yi Xian. Do you have anything to say? Yi Xian was silent for a moment and then said, As Commander Li, Commander Chu, and the Astral Master said, the divine nation may not be as strong as we thought. They might even be a fox pretending to be a tiger. So since the seniors want to attack the divine nation, then attack. I will listen to you. Attack. Spiritual Master Chu glanced at Yi Xian, and then looked at the Astral Master. Organize a group of powerhouses and launch a surprise attack. The Astral Master nodded. Surprise attack the divine nation. Chapter 610. After Spiritual Master Chu and the others made their decision, they left the sky-trampling hall. Only Yi Xian and the Southern Sect martial artist were left in the hall. Yi Xian sat on a chair, his face expressionless. Greed. Sometimes, greed would devour one's reason. Attack the divine nation? He suddenly realized that in this chaotic chaos-verse, there were many times when there was no right or wrong. Before coming, Spiritual Master Chu had told him that defending the divine nation was for the sake of the world. However, it was all bullsh*t. These people from various desolate worlds had come here for him. The divine nation wanted to conquer them, and they wanted to conquer the divine nation. Who was right and who was wrong? It was all the same. Everyone in the hall felt that the divine nation was not that powerful, but he knew that Nangongwan had no reason to lie to him. Moreover, the divine nation might be even more powerful than Nangongwan said. However, he did not want to care. He had come here to defend the divine nation with these people and protect Shinwu City. Now, it seemed that he was wrong. These people had come for him, and once they entered the divine nation, they would definitely become demons. Sometimes, human nature could be so dark that one could not recognize oneself. Yi Xian was about to get up and leave when the Southern Sect martial master nearby suddenly said, I believe what you said earlier. Yi Xian looked at the Southern Sect martial artist. He had stayed behind to watch him, obviously afraid that he would inform the divine nation. Thinking of this, Yi Xian could not help but laugh at himself. At this time, the Southern Sect martial artist said, They will definitely fail. Yi Xian looked at the Southern Sect martial artist. Then why didn't you stop them? The Southern Sect martial artist smiled. How? There are hundreds of thousands of people here, and in their eyes, the divine nation is a big fat sheep that everyone wants. Yi Xian said, Ordinary people might not understand, but can the Planet Lord and Spiritual Master Chu not understand? The Southern Sect martial artist shook his head. They are greedier. Moreover, they need someone to use their life to test the divine nation's strength. Hearing this, Yi Xian immediately understood. The Southern Sect's martial arts master suddenly said, Young friend Yi, The old man has a presumptuous request. Yi Xian looked at the Southern Sect's martial arts master. Senior, please speak. The Southern Sect martial master said. That disciple of mine is stubborn and doesn't know how to be flexible. If there are any changes in the future, I hope City Lord Yi can take care of him. With that, he flicked his finger, and a storage ring landed in front of Yi Xian. There was a Dao realm treasure inside the storage ring. The Southern Sect's martial arts master smiled and said, "This is my only Dao realm treasure." That girl doesn't like it, so young Master Yi, please don't look down on it. Yi Xian flicked his finger and flicked the storage ring back to the Southern Sect martial master. The Southern Sect martial master looked at Yi Xian and waited for him to continue. Yi Xian said softly, "Senior has spoken up for me several times before. I have always remembered this favor in my heart. I can't guarantee anything else, but if Miss Zhao is in danger in the future, I will do my best to help her." Although Yi Xian liked treasures, he did have a bottom line. He had never forgotten someone who had helped him before. The Southern Sect's martial arts master glanced at Yi Xian and smiled. "Young friend Yi, now I understand why Wu Wen and Yu Wuchen handed the Sword Sect and Wu Yuan to you." Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Senior, do you have any relationship with Wu Yuan?" The Southern Sect's martial arts master smiled and said, "A little. My master left Wu Yuan in the past. However, he was expelled, so he is not considered a member of Wu Yuan." Hearing this, Yi Xian suddenly understood. No wonder the Southern Sect's martial arts master spoke up for him several times before. It might be because of this. Meanwhile, the Southern Sect's martial arts master suddenly stood up, walked to the entrance of the hall, and looked in the direction of the God Burial Plains. He said softly, "They will be here soon." Yi Xian stood up, walked to the entrance of the hall, and looked in the direction of the God Burial Plains as well. The God Burial Plains. There weren't many people attacking the God Burial Plains this time, only 100. However, all of them had been carefully selected. Amongst them, there were 10 Dao Validation Realm experts, 30 Dao Realm experts, and the weakest amongst them was at the Saint Realm. This lineup could be said to be very strong. Moreover, the person in the lead was Li Qian. This time, their target was the Earthen Stronghold. The Earthen Stronghold was one of the strongholds of the God Burial Plains. The Star-Lord and the other 3 were waiting in battle formation in midair. So long as the top-rate experts of the God Burial Plains attacked, they would stop them. Below them, Li Qian, who was in the lead, looked at the Earthen Stronghold that had appeared in the distance, and his expression became slightly ferocious. "Everyone, the Star-Lord has ordered that you can take anything within the God Burial Plains after you enter the God Burial Plains." Everyone instantly felt as if they'd been injected with stimulants, and their blood boiled. What did they come here for? Naturally, it was for benefits. To protect the common people of the world? No. Most of the time, the more powerful a person was, the more selfish they were because they only lived for themselves. The God Burial Plains was an unknown country, and it was hostile to the 3 desolate worlds. Once the God Burial Plains were destroyed, then all the wealth within the God Burial Plains would belong to them. Great rewards were bound to attract brave men. It didn't take long for the group to arrive before the Earthen Stronghold. At this moment, the gates of the stronghold suddenly opened, and a man with a spear stood before the gates. The man looked at Li Qian and the others who were charging at him with an expressionless face. Li Qian's expression was ferocious. "Kill." As soon as he spoke, he leaped up and charged directly towards the man with the spear. However, at the instant he charged out, shrill cries suddenly resounded from behind him. Li Qian's expression changed drastically. He turned around, and behind him, 100 people fell one by one. After 10 breaths of time, there were 100 more corpses on the ground in front of him. Moreover, it was 20 men in black who had attacked him with sickles in their hands. These 20 people stood there silently like gods of death. Li Qian's mind went blank. Were they all gone just like that? In the void, the expressions of the Star Lord and the others also became extremely solemn. This was an instant kill. Were the 20 people below the God Burial Plains most elite soldiers? Below, the man with the spear slowly walked towards Li Qian. Li Qian came to his senses and looked at the man with the spear. You guys were prepared. Did Yi Xian inform you? The man with the spear did not reply to Li Qian. He suddenly charged forward, and a powerful force shot directly towards Li Qian. Li Qian's expression turned ferocious as he charged forward and punched out. Boom. Almost instantly, both of them retreated at the same time. As the deputy commander of the Divine Lord, Li Qian's strength was naturally unquestionable. After Li Qian stopped, he turned and ran. The men in black wanted to give chase, but the man with the spear shook his head. No need. As he spoke, he glanced at the corpses on the ground. Send the heads of these people to the foot of the Great Wall. Yes. Commander Yu. Soon, 100 bloody heads were piled up at the foot of the Great Wall. After Li Qian returned to the Great Wall, he looked at the myriad mountain hall and roared. Yi Xian, get out here. A flying sword suddenly flew out from the myriad mountain hall. The next moment, boom. Li Qian was directly pushed back 100 feet by this sword. At the same time, one of his arms flew off. This was because this flying sword was the executing heaven sword. At this moment, Yi Xian appeared in front of Li Qian. He walked towards Li Qian, the executing heaven sword hovering above his head. Li Qian looked at Yi Xian in shock and anger. Yi Xian, did you betray us? Yi Xian shook his head. You're so stupid. How did you become the commander of the Divine Lord? Li Qian glared at Yi Xian angrily. Where is the Divine Lord? As soon as his voice fell, a dozen experts in golden armor suddenly appeared around Yi Xian. Every one of them was a Dao validation expert, and their auras were extremely powerful. Li Qian said angrily, Yi Xian, the divine race was clearly prepared. If you hadn't tipped them off, how could they have known that we were going to attack them? Our 100 experts were all slaughtered. Yi Xian, doesn't your conscience hurt? The moment this was said, there was an uproar. This Yi Xian colluded with the divine nation? For a moment, all the experts present looked at Yi Xian with unfriendly expressions. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Commander Li, why did you come back alive when all 100 experts died? Li Qian said angrily, I escaped. Yi Xian said seriously, the divine nation actually let you escape. It seems like your relationship with the divine nation isn't ordinary. Li Qian suddenly pointed at Yi Xian angrily. Kill him. As soon as he said that, the divine Dao soldiers were about to attack. At this moment, the southern sect martial master appeared in front of Yi Xian. He glanced at Li Qian. He was with me the whole time and didn't tip off. Li Qian said in a deep voice. Martial master, there's no one else but him. It must be him. The southern sect martial master suddenly waved his right hand. Boom. A powerful force suddenly enveloped Li Qian. In an instant, Li Qian's legs bent and he knelt down. Li Qian looked at the southern sect martial master in disbelief. The latter said indifferently, Are you going to say that I colluded with the divine nation? Li Qian didn't dare to speak. He only looked at Yi Xian with resentment. At this moment, the Star Lord, Perfected Chu, and the others appeared. Perfected Chu glanced at Yi Xian and Li Qian. Then he said, There's something fishy about this. As he said that, he looked at Yi Xian. Little friend Yi, you went to the divine nation and they found you. Not only did they not capture you, but they also told you so many secrets of the divine nation. You have to explain this. Yi Xian smiled. How can I explain? You wouldn't believe me anyway, would you? Perfected Chu's face instantly darkened. At this moment, the Star Lord suddenly said, City Lord Yi, this concerns the lives of countless people. If you don't explain, don't blame us for being impolite. What's there to explain? Not far away, Li Qian, who was still kneeling, suddenly said angrily, This person must have colluded with the divine nation. If we let him live, he will definitely stab us in the back when we fight with the divine nation in the future. This person must. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly slashed with his sword. Qi. Li Qian's head instantly flew out. Because Li Qian and Yi Xian were too close, and no one expected Yi Xian to suddenly kill someone, the Star Lord and the others didn't have time to stop him. Yi Xian put away his sword and looked at Li Qian's head that was rolling on the ground. In your next life, you must remember the reason for this life's death. Talking too much. Li Qian was speechless. Chapter 611. If someone were to slander you, you had two choices. First, find evidence, argue with him, and prove your innocence. If he still did not believe you, he would still slander you. The second option, make him shut up forever. That way, he can't slander you anymore. Yi Xian chose the first one. But the other party did not believe him. Thus, he chose the second one. Now, it was no longer important whether the other party believed him or not. Everyone was looking at Yi Xian. They did not expect that Yi Xian would suddenly kill someone, and the person he killed was a deputy commander of the Divine Dao soldiers. Not only that, Yi Xian used one sword soul fixation, so Li Qian's soul was killed by him. It could be said that Li Qian had completely disappeared from this time. Not far away, the planet lord stared at Yi Xian. Do you really think that no one in this world can deal with you? Yi Xian did not care about the planet lord, but looked at Perfected Chu. Perfected Chu, let's reason things out. Hearing this, everyone's expression suddenly became strange. Reason things out after killing someone? Why not go to the heavens? At the side, the planet lord was so angry that he laughed. Yi Xian, oh Yi Xian, do you think that everyone in this world is stupid? As he spoke, he was about to make a move. At this moment, Perfected Chu suddenly said, let him reason things out. The planet lord looked at Perfected Chu, and Perfected Chu said indifferently, he is only at the law-controlling realm. But what about you, planet lord? Is it glory to win? Status. The planet lord was silent. His current status was that of the planet lord. If he fought with Yi Xian alone, it would be extremely disadvantageous to him. But to Yi Xian, it was advantageous, extremely advantageous. Thinking of this, the planet lord looked coldly at Yi Xian, and no longer spoke. Perfected Chu looked at Yi Xian. Didn't you want to reason things out? Say it. Yi Xian said, Perfected Chu, did I say anything about God Nation's strength when I came back? Perfected Chu nodded. Yi Xian said, but Commander Li Qian, Commander Chu Kuang, and the Celestial Lord don't believe me. The three of them said that the Celestial race is using the Celestial race's name to intimidate us. Are they the ones who said this? Perfected Chu was silent. Yi Xian continued. I risked my life to gather information. But what did I get in return? It was their suspicions, saying that I colluded with the divine nations. If I really colluded with God Nation, why would I come back? At this point he looked at the Celestial Lord. Celestial Lord, I told you that Scandinavia is strong, but you said that I affected the morale of the army. If I said that Scandinavia is very weak, would you say that I'm numbing you, making you look down on Scandinavia? The Star Lord stared at Yi Xian. What we are discussing now is why God Nation let you go. Yi Xian laughed, then took out the space stone. I used this to escape, is there a problem? The Star Lord asked again. Why did they tell you so many secrets? Yi Xian said. It was a woman called Nangongwan who told me. She seems to be a kingdom knight in Scandinavia. You are so powerful. Why don't you ask her? Ask her why she told me so many secrets. The Star Lord was expressionless. You don't want to say? Yi Xian laughed. Star Lord, look at you. I asked you and your Order Alliance to go to Scandinavia, but you didn't dare to go. I went, but when I came back, you didn't believe me. Are you trying to be cheap? The Star Lord suddenly disappeared. Not far away, the Southern Sex martial artist was about to make a move, but Perfected Chu's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. This kid is too arrogant. Let the Star Lord suppress his arrogance, or else he won't be easy to make use of. The Southern Sex martial artist hesitated, but at this moment, Yi Xian was suddenly sent flying. He flew for hundreds of feet. Just as Yi Xian stopped, the Star Lord suddenly punched through the air. Boom! The space in front of Yi Xian instantly exploded, and a powerful force blasted towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian's expression turned sinister as he drew his sword and slashed. Chi! As the sword slashed down, the force was directly shattered by the sword. However, Yi Xian was still sent flying again, because that force was too strong. Hundreds of feet away, the moment Yi Xian landed on the ground, The ground beneath him directly cracked. At this moment, a monstrous pressure pressed down on Yi Xian like a mountain. Boom. The ground around Yi Xian instantly exploded. At the same time, Yi Xian's legs directly bent, and he almost knelt down. Not far away, the Star Lord was about to make another move. But at this moment, a figure suddenly shot towards the Star Lord. The one who made a move was Wuxia. The Star Lord coldly looked at Wuxia and flicked his sleeves. Boom. Wuxia's entire body was instantly blasted hundreds of feet away. In the air, he continuously spat out blood. It was incomparably shocking. The Star Lord didn't care about Wuxia. He looked at the nearby Yi Xian, and that pressure was still shrouding Yi Xian. Yi Xian's right foot fiercely stomped, the ground trembled, and a powerful sword aura suddenly rushed up. However, as the Star Lord lightly pressed down with his right hand, that sword aura instantly disappeared without a trace. The Star Lord slowly walked towards Yi Xian. With every step he took, the pressure above Yi Xian's head would become a little stronger. The Star Lord looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, you have backbone and guts, but what use is that? Without strength, the so-called backbone and guts are nothing but a joke. Now if you are willing to kneel down, I can spare your life. Kneel down. These words struck the heart. If a swordsman knelt down, would he still be a swordsman? This Star Lord wanted to directly break Yi Xian's mental state. Not far away, Yi Xian sneered. Star Lord, have you eaten too much **T? As his voice faded, he suddenly held his sword with both hands and slashed forward. Chi. With one slash, the pressure above his head was instantly cut open. However, in the next moment, that pressure gathered again, and it was much stronger than before. The Star Lord once again took a step forward. Kneel down. As his voice faded, a powerful pressure suddenly swept out from his body. Very quickly, this pressure directly reached Yi Xian's body. Kacha. At this moment, the bones in Yi Xian's body immediately made a kacha sound. At the same time, Yi Xian's legs became more and more bent. The Star Lord didn't directly kill Yi Xian, because he felt that directly killing Yi Xian would be too easy on Yi Xian. If he made Yi Xian kneel down in front of everyone, a proud person like Yi Xian would definitely be in great pain. Thinking of this, an inexplicable smile appeared on the Star Lord's face. At this moment, a figure suddenly shot towards the Star Lord. The one who attacked was still Wuxia. At this moment, Wuxia's body emitted a powerful bloodline power. Obviously, he had also used his trump card. The Star Lord stopped and looked at Wuxia. In the next moment, his right hand lightly pressed forward. Boom. A powerful force forced Wuxia to stop. In the next moment, the Star Lord's left hand flew through the air. A punch blasted out. Boom. The space around Wuxia violently trembled. Immediately, Wuxia spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body flew out. His entire body heavily smashed onto the ground, as if his entire body had fallen apart. Wuxia looked at the sky, blood continuously flowing out of his mouth. The Star Lord looked at Yi Xian. In the next moment, his right hand lightly lifted up and then pressed down. Boom. The place where Yi Xian was directly collapsed, but Yi Xian was still standing. Even though blood was gushing out of the corner of his mouth like a fountain, he still didn't kneel down. Not far away, the Southern Sex martial artist looked at Perfected Chu. Is that enough? Perfected Chu was expressionless. If this person doesn't put away his pride, how can he become the sword in our hands? The Southern Sex martial artist was about to speak, but at this moment Perfected Chu said, Brother Wu, just watch carefully. Don't let an outsider affect our friendship. As he spoke, he looked not far away. At this moment, the Star Lord was already 20 feet away from Yi Xian, and a powerful pressure was continuously crushing towards Yi Xian. A space Dao Law suddenly appeared between Yi Xian's eyebrows. In the next moment, the space in front of him began to shrink layer by layer, and then formed a thick spatial barrier. The Star Lord was expressionless. He raised his hand and slapped. Boom. The space around Yi Xian instantly collapsed. In an instant, Yi Xian was in a pitch-black spatial black hole, and the pressure was still pressing down on Yi Xian. Moreover, it was even stronger than before. Yi Xian gritted his teeth tightly, and blood was still flowing out of the corner of his mouth. The Star Lord looked coldly at Yi Xian. He was about to attack again, but at this moment, Wuxia suddenly stood up. In the next moment he suddenly put his hands together, and then he pointed at the distant Star Lord through the air. Break through. As soon as he spoke, the space in front of the Star Lord exploded like a volcanic eruption, and a powerful force instantly drowned the Star Lord. At this moment, the sound of a sword suddenly resounded in the distance, and soon, numerous flying swords directly slashed towards the Star Lord. At this moment, a powerful force suddenly erupted from where the Star Lord stood, and in an instant, the space within a radius of tens of thousands of feet shook violently. Boom! Yi Xian's flying swords instantly disappeared, and at this moment, a powerful force suddenly flashed across the field. Not far away, Wuxia's pupils shrank, and his arms abruptly blocked in front of him. Boom! A powerful force swept over, and Wuxia was instantly blasted away. Just as he landed on the ground, both his arms were instantly shattered. At the same time, he directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Wuxia looked at the horizon, and fresh blood flowed out of his mouth like spring water. This time he really couldn't stand up. The Star Lord coldly glanced at Wuxia, and then looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, are you going to kneel or not? Kneel? Yi Xian suddenly laughed sinisterly. In the next moment, all the blood in his body began to boil, and at the same time, the executing heaven sword in his hand began to violently tremble. Seeing this scene, the Star Lord instantly narrowed his eyes. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly raised his head and looked at the distant Star Lord. At this moment, his eyes were blood red, and his expression was incomparably sinister. I, Yi Xian, have walked from Qingqing until now. I've been shameless, I've cried for my sister, but I've never been afraid. If my head falls off, it'll just be a bowl-sized scar. Kill me. Come on. As his voice fell, boom! A powerful aura suddenly swept out from Yi Xian's body. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Xian's entire body began to violently tremble. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression instantly changed. Self-destruct. Yi Xian was going to self-destruct. And at the moment he chose to self-destruct, his sword intent suddenly soared into the sky. This sword intent directly shattered the Star Lord's aura. Transcendent Sword Saint. However, it was too late. Yi Xian's body began to burn. At this moment, in an unknown starry sky, a woman in a plain dress suddenly stopped. In the next moment, her calm expression suddenly changed, and there was a trace of panic in her sinister expression. No! As her voice fell, thousands of sword auras suddenly appeared in this starry sky. In an instant, the entire starry sky was directly annihilated and shattered. P.S. Is there a female tycoon or someone who knows a female tycoon who wants to provide for someone? I'm tired of typing every day. I don't want to struggle anymore. I know all 36 yin-yang skills. Life is too difficult. I want to change it. I want to heroically say the words that have been hidden in my heart for a long time. I, Luan, don't need monthly votes. Is there anyone? If not, I'll ask again tomorrow. Chapter 612. Life and Death? Yi Xian naturally wanted to live. However, he would not choose to live in humiliation. If someone wanted him to be a dog, he would rather die than obey. Self-destruct. If he could not live well, then he would choose to die a glorious death. Yi Xian's choice to self-destruct shocked everyone present, including the Astral Lord. He did not expect Yi Xian to choose to self-destruct. Was he really not afraid of death? The Astral Lord stared at Yi Xian, whose aura was rising rapidly. At this moment his eyes were filled with killing intent. A person like Yi Xian was too terrifying. He must die. That was what he was thinking now. Fortunately, Yi Xian was about to die. Just as the powerful force in Yi Xian's body was about to explode, a hand suddenly pressed on Yi Xian's shoulder. In the next moment, the powerful and violent aura in Yi Xian's body was directly suppressed. The one who made a move was the Southern Sect's martial master. In the end, he still chose to make a move. Perfected Master Chu, the Astral Lord, and the Monster King all looked at the Southern Sex Martial Master. The latter said softly, "Too much." As his voice fell, his right hand once again gently pressed down on Yi Xian's forehead. Soon, the blood in Yi Xian's body gradually calmed down. Seeing this scene, Perfected Master Chu and the Astral Lord's expressions changed slightly. Especially Perfected Master Chu, he had suppressed Yi Xian's bloodline power. However, at that time he could not do it alone and had to rely on Tang Yan's help to suppress it. But now, the Southern Sex Martial Master actually suppressed Yi Xian's bloodline power by himself. This strength-perfected Master Chu took a deep look at the Southern Sex Martial Master. There was a trace of wariness in the depths of his eyes. The Southern Sex Martial Master ignored the people around him and said, "Leave these two to me." After saying that, he directly left with Yi Xian and Wuxia. Not far away, the Astral Lord said in a deep voice, "Yi Xian can't be left alive." Tang Yan suddenly said, "It's best if we don't have any internal strife right now." Saying that, he glanced at the Star Lord and Perfected Chu. "The two of you, don't forget, we still have an even greater enemy." With that, he turned around and left. The Monster King nodded as well. "What we need to do now is to fight against the Divine Nation. This Divine Nation is much stronger than we imagined. So, I suggest that more experts come here and fight against the Divine Nation with us." Daoist Chu nodded slightly. "Yes. Of course, I also hope that Brother Demon King can bring more experts from the demon race here." The Demon King nodded. "Sure." Perfected Master Chu nodded. Without saying anything else, he turned around and left. On the spot, the Star Lord was expressionless. Extraordinary Sword Saint. In that instant, Yi Xian actually broke through and became a transcendent Sword Saint. If Yi Xian's realm was a little higher, and he was also a transcendent Sword Saint, he might not be able to do anything to him. In the same place, the Star Lord remained silent for a long time before finally turning around and leaving. On a certain mountain, Yi Xian and Wuxia lay quietly on the ground. In front of them were the Southern Sex Martial Master and Zhao Mu. From time to time, Zhao Mu would look at Yi Xian with an unfriendly expression. At this moment, the Southern Sex Martial Master suddenly said, "Girl, go to the Heaven-Treading Peak and get some elixirs for them. Tell them that I asked you to go." He could not leave Yi Xian and Wuxia now because once he left, these two little fellows might lose their lives. Zhao Mu glanced at Yi Xian before turning around and leaving. After Zhao Mu left, Tang Yan suddenly appeared. He glanced at the Southern Sex Martial Master. He smiled and said, "Brother Wu, you have offended the Star Lord and Perfected Chu." The Southern Sex Martial Master said softly, "They have indeed gone too far." Speaking of this, he looked at Tang Yan. "You should know that this little fellow did not lie before. The divine race is much stronger than we imagined." Tang Yan said softly, "The Star Lord is afraid." As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian. He is so young, but his strength is so strong. The Star Lord is afraid that he will continue to grow. If he continues to grow, in a few years at most, even us old fellows will not be able to do anything to him. And at that time, with this little fellow's personality, he will definitely not let the Order Alliance off. In fact, if it was him, he would also be afraid. Yi Xian's growth was too fast. At this moment, Xiaolinger suddenly appeared beside Yi Xian. The Southern Sex Martial Master and Tang Yan's gaze immediately fell on Xiaolinger. Xiaolinger looked at the two of them warily. Then, under their shocked gazes, she directly brought the unconscious Yi Xian into the prison pagoda. But very quickly, she appeared in front of the two old men again. In her arms, she carried a large pile of spirit fruits. She placed the spirit fruits in front of the two of them, and pointed at Wuxia, who was lying on the ground not far away. Then she turned around and disappeared. The two of them. A moment later, Tang Yan suddenly said, "Brother Martial Master, are you not tempted by that treasure?" The Southern Sex Martial Master smiled and said, "Brother Tang, what did you rely on to cultivate to this level?" Tang Yan was silent. The Southern Sex Martial Master said again, "Treasures and whatnot are naturally important. But if the focus is completely on treasures, then it is a bit like putting the cart before the horse." Tang Yan said softly, "Brother Martial Master's mentality. I am not as good as you. The Southern Sex Martial Master turned to look at the far end and said softly, Brother Tang Yan, has your Tang family's iron cavalry arrived? Tang Yan nodded. Against God Nation. How would we dare to underestimate them? Not only our Tang family, but the Order Alliance and the Demon Race have also sent out their elites. This time if we win. At this point he did not continue. Not far away, the Southern Sex Martial Master sighed softly, and did not say anything in the end. At this moment, Tang Yan said again, Brother Martial Master, this Yi Xian is an unstable factor. If you do not give them a good explanation, I am afraid it will not do. The Southern Sex Martial Master said softly, I will handle his matter. Tang Yan nodded and did not say anything else. He turned around and left. Prison Pagoda. Yi Xian was lying on the ground and Xiao Linger was feeding him spirit fruits. After eating more than 10 spirit fruits, Yi Xian's pale face gradually improved. Seeing this, Xiao Linger was overjoyed and quickly fed Yi Xian a few more spirit fruits. About half an hour later, Yi Xian's consciousness recovered a little, and he slowly opened his eyes. Xiao Linger quickly sat beside Yi Xian's head and blinked. You are awake? Yi Xian smiled. Yes. Oh right, where is my brother? Xiao Linger said. He is outside. But I gave him a lot of spirit fruits. Yi Xian slowly sat up, and gently rubbed Xiao Linger. Thank you. With that he was about to leave the prison pagoda. At this time, Xiao Linger suddenly pulled his sleeve. Yi Xian turned to look at Xiao Linger. Xiao Linger looked at him and softly said, You will be fine, okay? I'm afraid. Afraid? From Qingzhou until now, unknowingly, she had already regarded Yi Xian as the closest person to her. Hearing Xiao Linger's words, Yi Xian was touched. He gently rubbed Xiao Linger's head and smiled. Don't worry, Big Brother will definitely protect himself in the future. Xiao Linger nodded. Okay. Yi Xian smiled and left the prison pagoda. Outside, Yi Xian saw the Southern Sex Martial Master, Wuxia, and Zhao Mu. Wuxia was leaning on a rock, looking very weak. Yi Xian walked to Wuxia. Are you okay? Wuxia shook his head. I won't die yet. Yi Xian nodded slightly. He then turned to the Southern Sex Martial Master and bowed respectfully. Thank you, Senior. The Southern Sex Martial Master looked at Yi Xian and said in a deep voice, Little guy, promise me one thing. Yi Xian said, Senior, please say it. The Southern Sex Martial Master said, Don't seek revenge yet. Yi Xian was silent. The Southern Sex Martial Master said, Now that we are facing a great enemy, we really can't afford internal strife. Moreover, if you seek revenge on the Star Lord now, not only will you not win, you will also lose your life for nothing. Saying this, he walked to Yi Xian's side and lightly patted Yi Xian's shoulder. It's not that you can't be frivolous. It's not a bad thing to be young and hot-blooded. However, you have to act according to your capabilities. If you force something that you can't do, you may harm yourself and others. The old man doesn't want you to give up on revenge. He just hopes that you won't do anything during this period of time. After everything is over, if you are still alive, the old man won't stop you from doing whatever you want. How about it? Yi Xian was silent for a moment and nodded. Okay. The Southern Sex Martial Master smiled slightly. As if he thought of something, he asked again, When you were in God Nation, what kind of country was it? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, Much better than here. The Southern Sex Martial Master said softly, Much better? Yi Xian nodded. The most important thing is that they are united. In God Nation, the God Lord is the most powerful. That God Lord can issue a decree and no one dares to disobey it. Moreover, I don't know the strength of those forces in their country, but they shouldn't be weak. The Southern Sex Martial Master was silent. Yi Xian said again, Senior, you must be careful. The Southern Sex Martial Master nodded. Of course, we won't underestimate them. Yi Xian wanted to say something but hesitated. The Southern Sex Martial Master smiled. You want to say that we don't have any chance of winning, right? Yi Xian nodded. The Southern Sex Martial Master smiled. Don't worry. We also have a trump card that no one knows about. Yi Xian nodded and didn't say anything else. He wasn't afraid that they would lose. To him, whether they lost or not had nothing to do with him. The Southern Sect's martial master suddenly said, "During this period of time, you two stay here temporarily. Remember, don't go out. Some of the rumors outside aren't good for you too." Yi Xian smiled. "Is it the Order Alliance that says that I, Yi Xian, have betrayed them and sought refuge with God Nation?" The Southern Sect's martial master nodded. Yi Xian smiled and didn't say anything. The Southern Sect's martial master was about to speak, but at this moment he suddenly turned his head and looked into the distance. In the distant sky, an old man was walking in the air. In the old man's hand, there was a golden God's decree. God Nation's expert. Soon the old man arrived outside the city gate. He looked down and opened the God's decree, his face expressionless. "The heavens have the virtue of cherishing life. I don't want blood to flow like a river. From now on, anyone who is willing to surrender will be my people. Those who don't surrender will die." Countless voices suddenly sounded from below. "Get lost. God Nation? What a joke. You want us to surrender? What a joke. God Nation's trash. I would rather die than surrender. God Nation's destruction. God Nation's destruction." You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.